All the delegates, you are requested to take your seats, please. We are waiting for the President VSI to arrive. He is expected to arrive in just 5 minutes. So kindly take your seats, please. All the delegates, you are requested to take your seats, please. Please come inside the auditorium. All the delegates, we have our President, Mr. Sharad Pawar, President of VSI, and the Member of Parliament. He has just arrived on the dais. So on behalf of Vasanta Sugar Institute, we welcome him. We also have with us Mr. Jayan Patil. So we are about to start our, all the delegates kindly take your seats please. We are about to start our inauguration function. So once again on behalf of Vasanta Sugar Institute, I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. I also welcome all the participants from foreign countries. I also welcome all the Indian delegates here. And we are about to start our inauguration function. So on behalf of VSI, I welcome Shri Sharad Pawar, Honorable Member of Parliament and President of VSI. I also welcome Shri Jay Prakash Ji Dandegavkar, Chairman, National Federation of Cooperative Sugar Factories. I also welcome Shri Jayan Patil Sahib. I also welcome Shri Rajesh Ji Tope. I also welcome all the dignitaries on the dais as well as all the chairmen of all sugar mills in Maharashtra, as well as many chairmen from the other states' sugar mills, all the government officers, the managing directors and CEOs of all sugar mills, and delegates all over from the country, and the representatives of the press and electronic media for this inaugural function. May I now request Shri Indrajit Moite to please
Namaskar and a very good morning. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming you all on behalf of the Vasatrada Sugar Institute to the third International Conference and Exhibition on Sustainability, Challenges and Opportunities in the Global Sugar Industry. Having successfully organized international conferences in 2016 and 2020, where we received a tremendous response from all our stakeholders, we are now hosting the third international conference on the theme Sustainability and Opportunities in Global Sugar Industry. This conference has generated a stupendous response and interest. Speakers and delegates, approximately 2,400 of them, from over 28 countries, are going to participate in this conference. Around 275 sponsors are also participating in the exhibition. We have 63 experts in different disciplines, comprising 32 foreign speakers who will be delivering lectures on varied subjects over 13 sessions. The highlight is the live crop demonstrations in 96 plots, which the VSI has created. We estimate that approximately 200,000 farmers will be visiting the crop demonstration and the exhibition. All this would not have been possible without the vision, guidance, and direction of our Honorable President, Shri Sharad Pawar ji, who has meticulously planned this event and encouraged the organizers and scientists in their endeavor. Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, will be the chief guest who will inaugurate the exhibition and the poster presentation, but that will be at 1 p.m. today. And thereafter, he will address us all. I'm very happy in welcoming all our honorable guests, honorable speakers, researchers, and participants, delegates, and most importantly, our sponsors, who have been instrumental in making this conference a grand event. Now, as a token of our respect, love, and affection, I would like to present a bouquet and shawl to our Honorable President, Shri Sharad Pawar ji, and Shri Guillermo Nastari, Director DETAGRO from Brazil, who will be our keynote speaker. He too, I will felicitate with a bouquet and shawl.
I would like to request Dr. Indrajit Moite, Trustee VSI, to welcome and felicitate other dignitaries on the dais also. So, Jai Prakash ji Dandegaonkar, Sri Jayan Patil Sahib, Sri G.D. Yadav Sahib, Professor G.D. Yadav, Sri Rajesh Tope Sahib, Dr. German Sereno, Sri P.R. Patil Sahib, Dr. Gadab Sahib, Dr. Hema Prabha, Dr. Bakshiram, please. Dr. Solomon, Dr. Shankar Rao Magar, Dr. Vishwanathan, Director IISR, and Dr. J. Bhagat, Dr. Minde, please. Dr. Mike Butterfield, Dr. Balasaheb Patil, please. Sri Ashok Pawar, Dr. Gopal Krishnan of Sista, Sri Naik Navre of National Federation, Sanjay Awasthi, Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, Mr. Sanjay Khatar, Sri Sanjay Khatar, and Sri Arvind Gore, and Sri Arvind Gore.
I once again welcome you and hope that the experience will enrich our information and the global sugar industry at large. Thank you.
So we will be starting the inauguration function. So I request Honorable Sri Sharad Pawar ji, President VSI, to welcome the guest here and the delegates. Sir, please.
कि जयप्रकाश दांडेगांवकर President, National Federation of the Cooperative Sugar Factories. CPR Patil, Chairman of the Maharashtra State Cooperative Fund. Members of the state legislature, dignitaries who are coming from different countries, members of the legislative council, colleagues from Vasantara Sugar Institute, Mr. Nastari, Director Data Agro, who is going to deliver keynote address here, Dr. Serino, Secretary, International Consortium of Sugar Biotechnology, Mr. Michael Waterfield, Scientific Affairs Manager CTC, Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, President Sugar Technology Association of the India, Mr. Bharat, President Deccan Sugar Technology Association, Mr. Chenapa, the South Indian Sugar Cane and Sugar Technology Association, members of the trust, members of the governing council, chairman and board of directors, and managing directors of the cooperative sugar mills and private sugar mills, heads of research organizations, distinguished speakers, sponsors, exhibitors, participants, and sugarcane growers. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this third international conference and exhibition being held on the campus of this institute. After the successful conduct of the last two international conferences in 2016 and 2020, we are here together to discuss and deliberate all related issues ranging from agriculture to sugar processing and development of byproducts such as alcohol, biofuel, ethanol, and food industry. We all know that under the visionary leadership of late Vasantara Party, sugarcane growth of cooperative sugar mills founded this organization in 1975 with a purpose to provide skilled technical manpower for the sugar industry and provide technical support and guidance to the cane grower as well. Vasantara Sugar Institute has thus provided interactive forum for all segments of sugar and allied industry and the sugarcane farming community. It is the unique kind of institution in the world as all disciplines connected with cane, sugar, and byproduct function in coordination under one roof. In India, about 50 million farmers are engaged in the sugarcane cultivation of the area of 5 million hectares. This sector faces various challenges of biotech, abiotic nature, along with infrastructure issues. These issues can be addressed by evolving the farm management system that employ the latest tools like artificial intelligence, sensor technology, GIS, robotics. I am confident that the precision agriculture can well be brought about by introducing this latest technology so as to create the farm of the future. Considering the national commitment for the food security and the requirement of land for food grain crops with emerging technology, we can achieve enhanced productivity per unit of land and higher sugar recovery. I also see the need to give more emphasis for biotechnology, nanotechnology, molecular biology, the next generation sequencing of genome and transgenic technology, as the sugar production is affected by climatic change, resulting in reducing the yield of sugarcane. Another important factor is that the sugar mills have been increasing the crushing capacity year by year, with almost same sugarcane production, resulting shortening the crushing period from 160 days to 120 days. Therefore, around 200 days, the entire sugar mill machinery and manpower remain idle during the crushing season, resulting overall the production rate. With the changing time, the sugar mill needs to find out the way to utilize resources by diversifying portfolio to production of alcohol, ethanol, complex biogas, hydrogen, aviation fuel, and other products, etc. I must also appreciate Mr. Gadkari, Union Minister for Road and Transport and Highways, who is arriving here today at the afternoon for his work to policy on ethanol blending. The sugar industry has made substantial investment and supplied 5,000 million of liters ethanol in the last year and achieved 12% blending. The sugar mills have to generate revenue to the tune of rupees 940 million from the sale of ethanol. This program has enabled the government to save about 240 million rupees of foreign exchange. I am only concerned with the policy fluctuation. That, in fact, the new establishment of ethanol production, once such a notification from directors of sugar directing not to use sugarcane juice and syrup for the ethanol has created ripple in sugar mills and distilleries. I express thanks to central government for immediately taking corrective actions. It was the huge relief for the industry. Apart from ethanol blending, we are looking forward to adopt newer technologies like green hydrogen, which is destined to the fuel of future. The green hydrogen is amazing cleaner and efficient fuel produced only from water instead of CO2, and also gives 3 times better yield. I would urge the scientific community to make the affordable in sugar industry. The institute is exploring the possibility of using electric power available from cogeneration to produce green hydrogen by using water, and I would request to read the demo plan shown in this exhibition. The conference has received overwhelming response from scientists, research scholars, cane growers, and manufacturers across the world. I am very happy to welcome the participants, eminent scholars, researchers, and cane growers from the Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Belgium, China, Denmark, France, Fiji, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Malawi, Nigeria, Netherlands, Norway, Oman, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Sweden, Switzerland, South Africa, Thailand, USA, United Kingdom, Uganda, and Vietnam. I am sure that all delegates will benefit from this conference, the Sugar Expo, and live crowd demonstration. During the interaction, solution of different issues, different industry, can be conceptualized that will pave the way forward for the progress, which will be the fruitful and informative delegation in this conference, and a pleasant and comfortable stay, Pune and India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening welcome address. Now, before we start for today's keynote address, we have a function of releasing the publication of this conference. So I request, please bring the publications. We will have release of the publications. See, sir, Honorable President VSI, the souvenir of this conference is being released in the hands of Mr. Sharad Pawar and Mr. Nassari. Thank you very much, sir. And before I invite Mr. Nassari for today's keynote address, I would like to introduce him. Mr. Nassari is with a company called Data Grow in Brazil since 2006. Data Agro is one of the world's largest agriculture consultancy organization, and it is based in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with offices in 5 countries. It is an organization which deals in sugar and ethanol consultancy. They have assisted the Brazilian government as well as many other countries to initiate the energy programs in these countries, including ethanol and sugar, as well as ethanol and sugar deregulation, trade negotiations and disputes. Datagro is also assisting the development of ethanol and biofuel strategies in various parts of the world. Mr. Nastari is a board member of Global Agri-Business Forum since year 2013. He is also director of the Brazilian Sugar and Ethanol Exporters Association since 2009. He was director of the Brazilian Rural Society also. So since 2005, he has been engaged in several agri-industrial market advisory projects at Datagro, and their main customers are sugar, ethanol, alcohol, biodiesel, biogas, corn, soybean producers, trading companies, banks, fuel distributors, and many governments and NGOs. Mr. Nastari is a regular columnist in various technical publications, and he is speaker in various conferences, and including Brazil, Egypt, USA, UK, and many other countries. So we welcome Mr. Nassari, and we request you to start with your presentation, please.
Is it working here? Good. Just to double check. Before starting, Great. Okay. First of all, I would like to take the opportunity to share a bit of what we are studying at Datagro, but I cannot lose the opportunity to express my honor to be part of the opening session. And I would like to express my friendship to Dr. Desmond, which is a very close friend from Datagro and from myself, and all the thanks for the VSI family members. I'm very impressed of the organization, the care, and the size of the event. The invitation was to share Datagro's view on the roadmap of sugar independence, food security, and energy transition based on a sustainable bioenergy production. We're going to discuss today what were the steps that Brazil developed in the past 40 years to achieve these three important stage, which is food security and energy transition. If we can analyze on a macro perspective, the biggest change what happened in Brazil is the change of the concept of the good. For the Brazilian industry nowadays, the good is not anymore sugar or ethanol. The main focus is the sugar cane. Once you understand that the sugar cane is the target, you can increase in a various ways and opportunities the renewable, the cash generation from the business. So just to talk about Datagro a little bit, we are a consultancy over 40 years. We have clients in over 50 countries, 12 companies under our group, around 250 people working with us. Okay, so understanding more or less how is the energy metrics of Brazil nowadays, Brazil reached over 45% of the renewable energy, exactly 47.4%. Sorry.
It is a PDF mode. Yeah.
Okay. So as I was saying, Brazil reached 47.4% of renewable energy when we analyze the whole energy metrics in our country. And it's very interesting that sugarcane today is larger than hydro and natural gas. So it became a very important source of energy for the country. And the diversification in sugarcane enabled Brazil to increase farmers' income, which is a very important thing. The diversification brought to the farmers, sugarcane farmers in Brazil, a better income, developing the region's countryside as a big country like India. One of the main challenges is the social development, and through diversification we increase this, built-in capital accumulation, promote circular economy, and increase food production with a modern agricultural practice. Producers are demanded a long diversification process. When my father started 40 years ago, the industry used to produce only sugar. And today, from sugarcane, Brazilians are producing sugar, ethanol, electricity, second generation ethanol, biogas and biomethane, bagasse pellets, integration with corn ethanol, the flex plants. You can produce ethanol from cane and corn at the same time. Fermentation of yeast for food and feed grade. Biochemistry for SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, and also other products coming from biochemistry, and CO2 capture from fermentation, from production of a whole line of green chemicals. In Brazil nowadays, we are generating a lot of revenue coming from CO2 through paper selling to the stock exchange. And what is the market outlook for the next years on the cane perspective? 1G cane and corn production in a world perspective is around 86 million tons of ethanol. If you use the technology available to do the reform to produce hydrogen, jet fuel, which is SAF, biofuel engines to substitute bunker, and dehydration, is another 810 million tons in a potential perspective for the next years until 2050. In addition, only Brazil can supply, using corn ethanol, second generation, and recovered dehydrated pastures, another 113 million tons. So the potential is huge if you analyze the cane flexibility and opportunity. Understanding how important was the diversification in the last 40 years, Brazil jumped from 70 million tons of cane in 1975 to the current 711 million tons when you add cane and corn. You can see that corn is integrated with sugar cane. So today, more or less, 50% of the total sugar produced in Brazil goes to sugar and another 50% to ethanol. And what is the energy equivalence on a ton of sugar cane? 1 ton of sugar cane is equal of 1.2 barrels of crude oil. Sugar cane is a very efficient in transforming solar energy into biomass. So this efficiency pushed Brazil to substitute a lot of oil since 1975 with the ethanol program. And in the end, we are using efficiently only 1/3 of the energy of the cane, which is the sugar content, the TRS, total recovery sugar, on the right side, the orange part of this chart. So cane, 1/3 is sugars, the other third is bagasse, and the other third is trash, tops and leaves. And we are only using efficient today, in the end, the sugars, the TRS. So the opportunity is huge. We have a blue ocean to develop with the other 2/3 of the energy. And what is the size of this ethanol program in Brazil? Brazil, since 1975, substitute 3.59 billion barrels of gasoline using ethanol. 3.59 billion barrels. That represents a saving of 626 billion US. What is the size of the money in the account of Brazil today in our foreign reserves? It's 346. So we save double the size of the money of the whole country in the bank. So ethanol is the main reason why Brazil is saving money, because we are not importing gasoline. We are building our own energy supply. This is the most important thing, very similar to India. And as we can see in this chart, based on the 27% that we blend into our gasoline, Brazil reached over 45% of market share in the auto cycle. In 2020, 48%. As you can see, the whole country are using ethanol in Brazil. Even though the states which are not producers, we are able to provide flexibility for a country, a continental country, providing the option of a renewable energy. Here you can see the mix and the blending policy since the beginning, 1975. Today we are in a level of 27%. We have a joke in Brazil that we don't have gasoline. We have only ethanol and E27, which means 27% of ethanol into the gasoline. So our gasoline has, as a mandate, 27%. In this chart, you can see the importance of the flex fuel cars. Since 2003, which is the green part of the chart, Brazil mainly produces only flex cars. That means you as a consumer can decide at the pump what is the fuel you are going to fill based on your perspective, either price or concepts. And the advantage of using ethanol in complement of gasolines are many. Provides longevity and sustainability to gasoline use, utilizes existing infrastructure, is a drop-in technology. High octane of ethanol allows to use low octane feedstocks. Ethanol is a free aromatic, so it's large and proven health benefits. Combustion of ethanol generates aldehydes, which are much lower toxics for the formaldehydes. Allow automakers to manufacture small engines with higher compression ratios. Allow automakers to meet most of the restrictive emission targets nowadays all over in the world, and reduce energy independence on imports. In looking the perspective of the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, Brazil represents together a very important role in the transport analysis, but we are in a trend of electrification, which is the future, but we need to analyze in a proper way, the electrification process. We have three ways to analyze: the concept of the tank to wheel, the second concept, the wheel to well, and the third concept, which is Brazil using nowadays in a federal analysis for all the programs, cradle to grave. If we compare the CO2 emissions under wheel to well, the grams of CO2 per kilometer, as you can see, the electric car in Europe on average is in a range of 92 grams per kilometer, and the internal combustion engine using ethanol in Brazil is 58. The future, which is the hybrid, and the future is today, my car is this one here, the hybrid ethanol. I use ethanol in an electric car. In Brazil, it's 29 grams of CO2. So it's 29 comparing to 90, which is a big difference between emissions. And what's going to be the perspective for 2030s? We will develop the technologies, moving from 90 to 74 in Europe, and the 29 hybrid fuel cell ethanol to 27. So this is the trend showing the efficiency of using liquid fuel instead of batteries to store the energy. And what is the next steps that we are facing nowadays? The first one, the current one, is creating policies to develop the internal combustion engines through targets to be more efficient. Then afterwards, the hybrid cars. Hybrid cars are a very good solution for countries like Brazil, India, the big countries, because you can use the efficiency of the electric battery cars when you are inside the cities, but at the same time, you can use the efficiency of an auto cycle for long distances. And electrification using sustainable biofuels. We launched in 2023, last year, the first ethanol to hydrogen car in Brazil. So it's becoming real, this idea of using hydrogen. And because ethanol is already spread all over Brazil, we have a net of hydrogen distribution already in place. And because the goal in this new phase is going to be what is the ratio between carbon and hydrogen per fuel, and ethanol has a high content of hydrogen when we compare to other liquid fuels, this fuel distribution is a differential to provide hydrogen all over the country. And the main issue today with the batteries are the low energy density. As we can see nowadays, when you compare the technologies, today we are in the target of 120 watt-hour per kilo, and may prove impossible to reach 1,000 watt-hour per kilo. So may prove impossible when we translate to Portuguese means impossible. And these are the developments of these technologies on the batteries from the current level of 120, 130 to the may prove impossible around 1,000. But the question is, what is the energy density in liquid fuels? Ethanol is almost 6,000 and gasoline is almost 10,000. So is 120 today comparing to 6,000 on ethanol and 9,000 to 10,000 on gasoline. So the capacity to store energy is much higher in liquid fuels than into batteries. Would take more than 500 years to make enough batteries to store only 1 day of electricity demand from US. It's a big challenge of infrastructure. It's a big challenge of infrastructure to charge, to storage, to build the net. We spent over 200 years building infrastructure to distribute liquid fuel. Trucks, boats, gas stations, everything is through liquid fuels. It's going to be a huge effort to build a net to provide the possibility to charge the battery cars on a standard and comparable situation like liquid fuels. Another very interesting thing that is important to analyze is the quality of the big cities. Here we have the air quality index of the 50 most polluted cities in the world. As you can see, most of these cities are in India and in the region around India and China. But let's use the case of Delhi. Delhi, we have 5.5 million cars, and is the second worst city ranked in 2022. São Paulo, we have 8.5 million cars, 3 more million cars than Delhi. So Delhi is 5.5 and is the second worst. São Paulo is 8.5 million and is in the rank of 1,942. On average, 30 grams per cubic meter, comparing to 219. So renewable energy is a solution for today, not for tomorrow. When you use ethanol, you increase the capacity to clean the environment on the big cities. You decrease the investments on health infrastructure because you have less problems with air diseases and all this so on. The world is increasingly interested to the green energy, the green hydrogen, but it's difficult to distribute when you use solar to break down the process. So ethanol and other biofuels to be seen as hydrogen easy to carry and transport. Ethanol is the hydrogen that you can transport in a bucket, in a liquid format. If you compare how many hydrogens per carbon, ethanol has 3 atoms of hydrogen for each carbon. Biomethane is a ratio of 4:1, 4 atoms of hydrogen per carbon. And gasoline, 1.62:1. So in the future, it's different from gasoline situation today that is more expensive. Ethanol should be more expensive than gasoline because you're going to have more hydrogen per carbon. And we are moving to this age, the age of hydrogen. Not the hydrogen captured and stored in high pressure bar tanks, costly and risky with titanium tanks, but the hydrogen that represents the high density, low carbon footprint, sustainable produced, and advanced biofuels such as ethanol, biomethane, and biodiesel. The future is showing to us produce ethanol. The world is demanding clean energy and a fast solution for the climate change. And we can use the US case, the Brazilian case to disseminate to other regions, tropical regions that produce a lot of biomass through sugarcane. So just to finalize, I want to share also the Datagro perspective, what is happening on the sugar industry on a yearly basis. Brazil is going to produce over 650 million tons of cane this year, 650. But the interesting is that we increase over 20% of the cane supply this year, mainly because of the good weather, a lot of rain in Brazil. So a delta of almost 100 million tons of cane from last season to this season. And we can see in both regions, center, south, and the northeast. So just to compare here, the evolution. In 22-23, Brazil produced 548 million tons of cane. And this crop, 23-24, 649. 100 million tons on delta, more cane coming from Brazil. And we produce much more sugar comparing to the last season, from 33.73 million tons of sugar to 42.23. Brazil is maxing sugar because of price, as everybody's trying to produce as much as we can. But thanks God, we create the corn ethanol sector, because last season we produced 4.43 billion liters of corn ethanol, and this season 5.9. So although we are maxing sugar and lowering ethanol from cane, we are being able to produce ethanol from corn in the last season. Datagro is estimating from next season 7 billion liters of ethanol coming from corn, which is a very important market share that they achieve. So what are our forecasts for the next season? Center South, Datagro for sugar, estimates 43.1 million tons of sugar for next season. In Center South, 3.55 for Northeast, and 28 million tons of sugar for India, because of the challenge on climate changes that we are facing nowadays. And here we have all the other countries, the main producing regions, just to share with you. This is our world S&D. We just changed from a deficit situation to the current net situation, which is zero, not a small surplus from 24-25 crop. And this is the reason why we are in this level of prices. We never saw 5 years in a row of good prices in our history. This is the reason why the sugar business all over the world are very profitable in providing opportunity to increase the sugar production. I would like to thank you very much the opportunity to share here some views with you. And I want to give the last topic from this presentation. We never saw this situation in a high recognition of ethanol globally. The world is recognizing in many regions like ethanol is a easy, fast, and proof technology. We can see these movements in India, very strong, this mix process, very important to develop the India market. Southeast Asia, many countries in Southeast Asia are using this experience to increase their ethanol use. And this block will for sure work together for the next 50 years to show that is a feasible and complementary technology for our regions. Again, Dr. Desmond, thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here, and I'm free to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nastari, for your very informative, knowledgeable, and excellent presentation. And this is a real eye-opener for our country to progress in the bioenergy field. Yeah. So I think we can take up few questions. So anyone who is having few questions for Mr. Nastari, you can ask your questions, please.
You want to ask any question? कुणाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे का? Please. Yeah. त्याला माईक द्या.
Is there a mic?
Check.
माईक द्या त्यांना.
Here.
I'm coming. I think you can see me from here, Guilherme. Thank you very much for a fairly expansive overview on the sugar and ethanol market, and particularly referring to Brazil. One comment and one question. I think some of your data on electric cars may have to be updated soon as this research breakthrough that is coming on lithium metal batteries, where you can double the charge in terms of going from 300 miles to 600 miles from a single charge. So therefore, the relative efficiency compared to ethanol would be significantly better. Now, as regarding your suggestion about the ethanol market, and I think it's the same problem that India will face. As you know, the renewable bio policy was instituted to support the expansion of ethanol production. But if you look at it now, that has not happened, largely for two reasons. One, because of COVID, and now because of the global sugar market. So the ethanol production, according to renewable bio policy, should have been twice or significantly more than it is today in Brazil. It is not. And that is the same dilemma that India is facing. But in India, you have government policy that really supports a significant intervention, but not in Brazil. So, as you suggested, it's the corn ethanol that is bailing out ethanol production in Brazil. So really, I mean, do you see any scope for significant expansion in ethanol production against the backdrop of high sugar prices, where factories are expanding to produce more sugar rather than producing ethanol?
Mr. Arvin, thank you very much for your question. It's an honor to be part with this conference with you again. Let's go straight to your question, which is RenovaBio. RenovaBio is one of the push to expand. Why is not expanding yet? As you know, Brazil faced a very big crisis before this moment that we are in Brazil nowadays. We shut down 100 mills, remember, from 450 to 350 mills. In the past 5 to 7 years, Brazil is turning on these mills back. So we are in the process of put these shutdown mills into on mills because of the marketing situation. 2024 is probably the last year, or 24, 25, that we still have 1 or 2 mills which are not running. So we are in the limit to get back in a moment of a greenfield process. And we can show easily that Brazil is increasing from 500, as I showed to you, from 515 million tons of cane to the current 648. Brazil increased 120 million tons of cane the past 2 seasons. Why? Because that 100 mills that was shut down now is running. But it's true that RenovaBio is facing a challenge for cane producers, but not for corn and biogas. Corn production in Brazil is expanding very fast, as I showed to you, to everybody. We estimate 7 billion liters of corn ethanol coming out into the RenovaBio program. If you look, the ethanol production in Brazil is growing. What is momentarily shrinking is the cane ethanol because of sugar prices. And how Brazil protects themselves from this price volatility? Very easy. Producing, investing on flexibility. So now Brazil is investing a lot to increase crystallization flexibility. So the protection against price volatility is a good level of production of ethanol and sugar. RenovaBio is one of the motivation to expand, but I believe a very strong motivation is the new demand coming out. SAF, bunker substitution, maritime is a reality. It's happening. Many investments on the in this trend of the new markets coming out from energy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just one more comment about your SAF. It costs $300 million to build the SAF plant. Investment, where is it going to come? And I think it's quite an issue that you'll have to address. But anyway, I don't want to leave it there.
Thank you, Erwin.
I think we can have just one question, or otherwise.
Good morning to all. Just we would like to know what is the price differentiates in the grain-based ethanol and cane-based ethanol in the Brazil. What is it is in the India?
Sorry, could you repeat? Sorry.
We would like to know what is the price rates differences from grain-based ethanol and cane-based ethanol in the Brazil.
Sorry, I use my translator team here. Thank you. No, the price is the same. The molecule, the corn ethanol molecule and the cane ethanol molecule is the same. how we are doing. Today, 95% of the corn ethanol is produced into we call full plants. That means it's not in consortium with cane. And how many days of season you have a corn ethanol operation? On a range of 340 to 350 days. Sugarcane is 210. So corn standalone is 350 days operation. The flex plant, which is cane and corn together, is 210, at the same time 350. So all the costs, SG&A costs, all the operational costs decrease a lot because the uses of the industrial site increase. But answering you, no difference in prices. It's the same price for corn ethanol and cane ethanol in the market.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I got it, thank you.
One last question, perhaps. Excellent presentation, Mr. Lastari. Your last year's production, you mentioned 42.23 million tons, and the next year, starting in April, season starting in Brazil, will produce 43.10. So roughly, you are going to have about 35 million tons tradable surplus.
Yes.
So you're going to rule the world. You're going to export the whole thing out. What's the plan, Brazil, for next year?
Sorry.
Your surplus, tradable surplus of 35 million tons.
It's close to net, yeah?
Yeah.
400,000 tons of sugar.
Okay, and what's the plan like? You're going to export the entire sugar or going to be using it for the ethanol?
This is a very good question. When I did my trainee, my boss, American guy, said, Guy, don't worry with sugar prices. Because when the price goes down, the Brazilians will produce ethanol. We will consume the sugar like a lamb. We will consume the surplus. The problem, doctor, is that the government of Brazil should not change the fuel policy. If they change the policy controlling the gasoline prices, Brazil will not be able to consume the sugar surplus. So, answer you, if the policy is free, what the Brazilians are going to do? They will produce ethanol.
Okay.
As much as they can. Because very fast, they will consume the surplus. But if the Brazilian government changed the policy, and they did in the past,
Okay.
this is going to take a longer period, and it's a problem. That means sugar price can invert very fast or can be long in our view.
Got it. Thank you.
As we are running behind the schedule, so I know there will be a lot of other questions, but Mr. Nastari will be available throughout the conference, so you can interact with him directly. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nastari, for your informative, knowledgeable, and excellent presentation. We are now going to start our next session, which is the plenary session on worldwide sugar and co-product industry. So I request the dignitaries on the dais to please occupy their seats in the audience, please, so that we can invite the chairman of the next session, Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, is already here. I also call on Mr. Dr. Dani to coordinate this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patil. A very good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of Vasantdada Sugar Institute, I welcome all the national and international speakers, delegates for this third international conference. I am delighted to announce that we are going to start this first session of the conference, which is a plenary session. The theme of session is the worldwide sugar and co-product industry. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Awasthi to chair and lead the session. And before that, I would like to introduce Mr. Sanjay Awasthi. It is my privilege to introduce the chairman of the session. He is the chairman of ISSCT Council and Executive Committee, as well as he is a president of Sugar Technologists Association of India, New Delhi. Mr. Sanjay Awasthi is associated with the sugar industry since last 33 years, and he worked on the various key positions. Presently, he is working as a EJEC Heavy Engineering as a business head. He has visited more than 85 countries, including all sugar producing countries. He has published 180 research paper and received many national and international prestigious awards. With this, I hand over to Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, chairman of the session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. With this, we are starting our first plenary session, which is with the theme of our third international conference on sustainability, challenges, opportunities in global sugar industry. So it matches with our title, Worldwide Sugar and Co-Product Industry. As we know, we are in best cycle as far as sugar and ethanol and by-product industry is concerned. Worldwide sugar prices are also good. Indian sugar prices are also good. And we are having a favorable biofuel policy. So we know a lot about what is happening in India. But here in this particular session, we are having 9 speakers which are going to give view of the whole world, what is happening on worldwide in sugar and co-product industry. With this, because we are running a little bit late, I would like to request all the speakers that we are having allotted 120 minutes and we are 9 speakers and there has to be some time for question and answer. So I request that every speaker should limit their talk in between 10 to 12 minutes so that we have 10 minutes time at the end for the question and answer.
Hello, one announcement is there. मराठी आणि हिंदी ज्यांना ऐकायचंय भाषण हे आत्ताच त्यांना तिथं मशीन अवेलेबल आहे दोन्ही बाजूला, तर प्लीज ज्यांना पाहिजे त्यांनी त्याचा लाभ घ्यावा. थँक्यू.
So whatever speeches are here, आप लोगों को हिंदी और मराठी में चैनल है, उससे आप अपने हेडफोन लगाकर सुन सकते हैं उसको हिंदी और मराठी में भी. With this, I first of all invite Madam Regiana Batistuta Martin. She is Director General of Philippines Sugar Research Institute in Philippines. She is involved in research for a very long time and worked in corporate administration also in Lantan Agro Industrial. She is also board and trustee in Sugar Industry Foundation and general manager and corporate administrator at BJB Agro Industries Company Incorporation. With this, I request Madam Batista Martin to come and give her presentation. The second speaker, Madam Rashmi Kumari. I request her to come on stage. She is currently Director Policy Planning and Research at Ministry of Sugar Industry in Fiji. So I request her to join us on the stage. Mr. Felix Reinders. He is the Professional Engineering and Registered Engineering Council of South Africa. Mr. Felix, please join us on the stage. Mr. Geoff Kent is Deputy Director of Cane for Agriculture and Bioeconomy of Queensland University of Technology. I request Mr. Kent to join us on the stage. Dr. German Serino, he is Director of Chakra Experiment
distinguished leaders, organizers of VSI, professor, and distinguished guests. Good morning, everyone. Framework of the Philippine sugarcane industry. The Philippine sugarcane industry The Philippine sugarcane industry has transformed into a multi-product industry from its traditional product, which is solely sugar. Currently, major products from sugarcane are sugar, bioethanol, and biomass power. Sustainability of the various products derived from sugarcane is dependent on volume of sugarcane production, as well as government policies and implementation of mandated programs subsidized by the government, like the block farm, socialized credit, infrastructure, human resource development and research, development and extension programs. So we have 12 sugar mills, 3 distilleries, 13 bioethanol distilleries, and 11 operational sugar refineries, 25 operational sugar mills, and 87% of our farmers' land area is down to 1 or 2 very small size farms, which is not conducive to plantation size. That's the big problem. Agricultural landscape of the Philippine sugarcane industry has shrunk of plantation area over the years due to land conversion, agrarian reform program, and a shift to other plantations. Farm productivity is declining due to soil degradation, acidic soils, and climate change. Majority of farmers are smallholders whose farm practices are not quite sustainable. Philippine raw sugar supply demand. Historically, raw sugar production is catching up with domestic. But in the past 2 crop years, production is declining due to plantation shrinkage and declining farm productivity. So we have here that our raw from 2.5 down to 2.2, now 1.8 million metric tons. Philippine refined sugar supply-demand landscape. Historically, refined sugar production is below domestic demand, which is why the Philippines has been a net importer. Although past years, maybe a decade ago, we were also a net exporter. But due to climate change and shrinkage of production, we have decreased our productivity. Philippines is a net importer of refined sugar today, so there are no exports for the crop year 2017 and 18. I remember Professor was saying the past years before that the Philippines has always confident about our US quota, but that is not in the case anymore, and that's the reason we are here, Professor, because we have been suffering of declining of our productivity. The role of Philserin, which I am the Director General, is the sugar supply chain. Our major operation is the input supplies, breeding, which I am very excited to see in your area here and to learn from Professor. Breeding, micropropagation, and seed farms. Cane production, exactly what Brazil Representative Guy said, that our objective is sugar cane and not just sugar. There's more to sugar than sugar cane alone. Extension support on good agricultural practices. History has shown that the Philserin varieties have composed of 61% in our country. But even if these Philserin varieties has increased the productivity to at least 30%, it has seen a slow decline. And that's the reason why we, together with the sugarcane industry, wish to improve our efficiency. Lastly, solutions to address sustainability issues of the Philippine sugarcane industry First, enhanced and sustained variety improvement program. So I'm here, Professor, hopefully that we can work together, collaborate with other countries, accelerated seed production and distribution of these high-yielding varieties, address soil acidity, low organic matter content of soils cultivated to sugarcane. And last, partnership and cooperation with other sugarcane producing countries on research, development, and extension, as well as sustainable agriculture practices. Way forward towards international collaboration. We have learned in Philserin for many decades that the Philippines has been enjoying the good price of sugar and then now a decline. We have learned to do more with less. So that is our motto in Philserin, how to do more with less. And so we hope to have a bilateral agreement between VSI and Philserin on varietal exchange. Also, expand engagement with other sugarcane producing countries on social and environmental efforts for sustainable sugarcane supply chains. Collaboration with international bodies in capacitating industry, technical personnel on artificial intelligence. This is so exciting, but needs a lot of study. In support for sustainable sugarcane agricultural practices. Philserin plays a vital role in raising sugarcane productivity in the Philippines, and I'm very happy and grateful to have been invited to this conference. Thank you very much.
To Ms. Jina for very elaborative and good speech about the sustainability of the Philippine sugar industry. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Avasti, chairman of the session, to please hand over memento to Ms. Kina Martini. Thank you. Now the next speaker is Ms. Rashmi Kumari.
Madam Rashmi Kumari is currently Director Policy, Planning and Research at Ministry of Sugar Industry in Fiji. She is responsible for developing project proposals, operation plans, strategies and policies, including conducting research for sugar industry to identify possible policy improvements. I request Madam Rashmi to limit her presentation to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shri Pawatji, distinguished industry experts and fellow speakers, as well as the participants. Good morning to you all. I'm honored to present to you about the climate change situation and sugarcane production in Fiji. To provide you very brief overview of the sugarcane farming in Fiji, 15% of the industry, people in Fiji are dependent on the industry, directly dependent on the industry for their livelihoods. We have about 35,000 hectares of land under sugarcane. We produce a little less than 1.7 billion tons of cane. Yield is quite low at 50 tons per hectare. We have 100% is rain-fed farming. In terms of the land, we have about less than 30% of the land is flat, while the rest is undulated or hilly. About 10,870 farmers are actively supplying cane. At the moment, we have 3 mills. We used to have 4 mills, but 3 is operational at the moment. And 40% of the cane is being mechanically harvested. So in this graph, you can see our production has been declining, and one reason, a major reason is climate change. And the black dots in the graph is actually where we had faced major climate-related events, which I'll explain in next few slides. So we do have other issues, but climate change, as mentioned, is a major challenge for our sugar industry. So the major ones, climate-related events are prolonged drought, cyclones, and flooding. So this has impact, leads to waterlogging of most of the farms. We as a small island developing state, we are facing salt water intrusion. Soil erosion is another issue, and at the moment, due to all these climate-related events, the soils have become saline or alkaline. So these have impact on crop loss, infrastructure damages. We face challenges in our ability to increase cane production. This has impact on food security as well as income loss. And finally, the affects the livelihoods of people of Fiji. So just to provide you some stats in terms of tropical cyclones, in 1970 to 2022, we have recorded 78 tropical cyclones. If we take recent figures like from 2016 to 2022, we recorded 10 cyclones. 2 of them were the highest of magnitude of category 5. So in this period, we recorded a total damage and loss of 250 million Fijian. This is only for sugar industry. If you see the number of cyclones, if I provide statistics in terms of the years, in 2016, for example, we had a category 5 cyclone, and we recorded 30% loss in production. That cyclone not only caused damages and loss to the infrastructure as well as crops, but it led to a closure, complete destroying of one of the mills, and that mill is closed for good. In 2017-18, we again have 2 cyclones, and we recorded 10% damage to the crops. 2018-19, again we had 3. We recorded 10% loss in crops. In 2020-21, between just 2 months, we had 2 cyclones, and we recorded a loss, total loss of 20% of the crops. So basically, this graph shows all the path of the cyclones. So looking at the diagram, we can see we as a small island nation in the Pacific have not been spared by the cyclones, and it has been causing massive damage to the sugar industry. So next is seawater intrusion. We as a small island country in the Pacific have been facing saltwater intrusion, and the graph, really the picture shows the seawater has been now getting intrusion into the land under sugarcane, mostly along the coastal areas. Next is flooding. This is again a major issue that we as a country is facing. At the moment, about 50% of our land is waterlogged due to frequent rain. And this not only affects the cane production, cane yield, and the quality of cane, but also affects our harvesting program. Before last year, for instance, we faced a lot of mill stoppages due to the excessive rain. For instance, the mill stoppages in 22 recorded 150% increase, as well as affecting sugar maple. So this graph really shows how the rainfall pattern has changed in past few years. We are facing sustained and significant increase in rainfall, and this has affected the soil fertility through waterlogging, leaching of nutrients, as well as erosion. Then other one is the soil erosion, because most of our land under sugarcane is hilly or undulating. So we are facing a lot of serious problem of soil erosion due to flash flooding. So reports also show that we are losing 20 to 80%, 80 tons of soil per hectare. And most of the land in the hilly areas or undulating land is becoming unsuitable for cultivation. Then another issue that we are facing is drought. At the moment, we are facing the drought in Fiji, and we are recording only 1/3 of the rain that we used to achieve in past few years. So definitely this will have impact on cane production next year. Then if we look at the economic impact of climate change, although we have not done empirical studies, but with our records, we can see it has correlation. Climate change has strong correlation with the output in terms of yield and cane production. In past, we have recorded about loss in the field, in the yield, 10 to 5 tons per hectare. In terms of overall cane production, it's 20 to 30% of the production is lost. If we convert that into sugar, about half to 1 ton of sugar is lost per hectare. And if you equate that into farmers' income, that's about $1,500 lost for a farmer's income per hectare. So our strategies basically is to minimize impact of climate change on production as well as the yield. The focus is on improving soil health and replenishment of nutrients through farm rehabilitation, adoption of best farm management practices. Focus is also on developing climate resilient cane varieties that can support drought, flood, and salt water tolerance level. And we also encourage farmers to do diversification to produce other non-sugar crops as well as to produce livestock for their income security. So just to conclude, climate change does have a serious problem and has become a threat to our Fiji sugar industry. It has negative impact on cane production and yield, and there's an income loss for both farmers as well as the sugar factory. So there is a need to continue the implementation of climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies to minimize loss. So basically that's the end of my presentation. Thank you all for listening. I'll be available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rashmi. Here, I am very happy to inform all the delegates that VSI has conducted the training program for the Fiji Sugar Corporation technical people for continuous 7 years, and they are got benefits of our training program, and Ms. Rashmi Kumari also a witness for that training program. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, chairman of the session, to hand over a memento to Ms. Rashmi Kumari. Now next speaker is Mr. Philip Surrender.
Mr. Felix is a professional engineer registered with Engineering Council of South Africa and completed his engineering studies in 1979 from the University of Pretoria, South Africa. He is specialized in water resource management, irrigation engineering, and agriculture engineering field, including research, design, training, and mentoring. I request him to start his presentation and limit it to 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here, and thank you for the invitation to address you on the topic of the scenario of the sugar industry in South Africa. As you know, we are on the southern tip of Africa, and I will present on the sugar industry on different aspects in terms of the sugar industry as a whole. So what is coming up, the sugar industry at a glance, history of sugar in South Africa, cane growing in South Africa, sugar milling and refining, then the market competitiveness, facts and figures, and then some concluding remarks. So first of all, the sugar industry in South Africa at a glance. This is where we are located, southern tip of Africa, and you will see there the two provinces, Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, where we are situated. We are doing both rain-fed as well as irrigated sugarcane. The South African sugar industry is a $1 billion industry. It is cost competitive, consistently ranking in the top 15 of approximately 120 sugar producing countries worldwide. It stretches across two provinces of South Africa, namely Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, and there's about 23,000 growers with 14 sugar mills. The industry produces on average 2.2 million tons of sugar per season. About 75% of the sugar on the average is marketed in the Southern African Customs Union, and the remainder is exported to markets in Africa, Asia, and the USA. This is the timeline of production from 2017 to the 2022-2023 years, and you will see it go up and down, quite dependent on the rainfall that we receive, because the biggest area is rain-fed sugarcane. So if one look at the average sugarcane production and yield by Africa and sub-Saharan African countries, you will see that South Africa is leading with about 23% of Africa's production. Then second is way up in the north with Egypt, and then the rest of the countries. If one look at the sub-Saharan African countries, that is below the Saharan desert, then of course South Africa is leading the production. What is quite interesting, and that might also interest yourself, is the history of sugar in South Africa. And as we know, sugarcane originated in Polynesia or Oceania in more than 8,000 years ago and spread from there to India. In 510 BC, the Persian king Darius described the cane as, very interesting, the reeds which produce honey without bees. And Europeans first came in contact with sugar in the 11th century. In 1319, it was quoted in London history book as costing 2 shillings a pound. Now, in today's equivalent, it will be $100 per kilogram in present currency. Cane was taken to the West Indies by Columbus in 1493, and Portuguese settlers later planted cane on the west coast of Africa. And the very first sugarcane was planted in 1848 by Edmund Morewood in South Africa on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal, and established a small sugar mill, which he built himself with yellow wood. And the first shipment of Natal sugar to the Cape occurred in 1853. And the rise of the mining industry, as you know, we discovered gold in Johannesburg and the Witwatersrand, and that led to a labor shortage in Natal, which was alleviated by sourcing indentured labor from India, the first of whom arrived in 1861. And the first 342 Indians arrived on board of the Truro from Madras, followed from people from Kolkata. So they assisted with the production. And by 1887, there were more than 74 mills along the North Natal coast, crushing between only 1 and 2 tons of cane per day. Many of these subsequently closed, and by 1900, sugar output reached 16,000 tons per annum, produced by 30 mills from 2,600 hectares under cane. By 1939, annual production had reached 475,000 tons, with 23 factories operating and 145,000 hectares under cane. The first bulk shipment of 5,750 tons from Durban took place in 1950. By 1975, domestic consumption of sugar had reached 1 million tons. In the 2019-2020 milling season, 2.23 million tons of sugar was produced by 14 factories from 19.2 million tons of cane. So if you look at the cane growing in South Africa, that is a very strategic crop for both provinces and for South Africa, and a substantial percentage of field crops gross farming income across these two provinces. As I've mentioned, there are about 22,000 registered sugarcane growers who annually produce on average 20 million tons of sugarcane with 14 mills. Now, the sugar milling and refining, there are 14 sugar mills, upwards with about 7,000 people that are employed in those areas. The 14 sugar mills I've just listed in there, you'll see stretching from the north down to the south. And of course, the market competitiveness is the world's most competitive producer of high quality sugar, according to independent surveys of the cost of production of more than 120 global sugar industries. The South African sugar industry consistently ranks among the top 15. And you might know where the areas where the most sugarcane are being produced, Brazil and India leading the way. And it's interesting if you look in terms of the different countries, and unfortunately this is not working. I asked them to test it before, but it was a counter in terms of how it runs from 1961. And you'll see in 1996, Brazil and India leading the way. South Africa is still there in the leading. And then if one jump to the last couple of years, you will see Brazil is leading. And this video actually goes right down to 2021 to indicate how sugarcane is being produced. So if one look at the facts and figures, direct employment within the sugar industry is approximately 85,000 jobs, which represents a significant percentage of the total agricultural workforce in South Africa. And you'll see approximately 1 million people, more than 2% of South Africa's population depend on sugar industry for a living. The amount planted every year is about 350,000 hectares, with the area harvested about 270, and with a production of average of about around about 20 million tons of sugarcane. In terms of the sugar production, you will see the sugar cane ratio is in a region of about 11.5%. So South African irrigation industry, you'll see plant 350,000 hectares. Rain-fed is 280,000, with irrigation about 70,000 hectares. And we utilize sprinkler, drip, and center pivots in the different areas. Mainly the north areas are irrigated, and the bottom parts are rain-fed. And the water allocation from irrigation schemes, you can see it varies from 8,500 cubic meters per annum per hectare to about 13,000 in the Crocodile River in Mpumalanga to irrigate the crop, with only 1% flood irrigation, 38% sprinkler, 23% center pivots, and 37% micro or drip irrigation. So in conclusion, the South African sugar industry is a cost competitive, consistently ranking in the top 15 of approximately 120 sugar producing countries worldwide. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Felix Render. for the overview of South African sugar industry. Now I request the chairman to please hand over a bouquet at this memento to Mr. Felix Render. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Job Kent.
Mr. Geoff Kent is Deputy Director of Centre of Agriculture and Bioeconomy at Queensland University of Technology in Australia. He is a mechanical engineer who has worked for the Sugar Research Institute in Australia and Queensland for more than 37 years, mainly in sugarcane transport, milling fields. Geoff is a live member and of the publication committee and member of and past president of Australian Society of Sugarcane Technologists, and member and past chairman of Factory Engineering Section Committee of International Society of Sugarcane Technologists. I request Jeff to start his presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. The Australian sugar industry started in the late 1800s, and after expanding throughout the 20th century, peaked in size little over 36 million tonnes of sugarcane. I'm going to focus mostly on what's happened in the last 10 years or so to get a sense of how the industry is travelling. What we've seen in that last 10 years is a drop in production of about 6% overall. So typically now we're producing about 30 to 31 million tonnes of sugarcane. If we look at what's happening to our growing community, the number of growers has reduced. 10 years ago, we had about 4,200 growers, and now we have a little under 3,600 growers. So the average grower in Australia is producing about 8,200 tonnes of sugarcane. The land we have under sugarcane is something a little bit over 400,000 hectares, of which each year we harvest somewhere between 300 and 400,000. Productivity has been relatively stable through that time, between 80 and 100 tonnes per hectare each year. Virtually all of the sugarcane in Australia is used to produce sugar, raw sugar. And we've seen the reduction in the amount of sugar we're producing has been quite similar to what we have seen in terms of the reduction in sugar cane of about 6%. Our sugar production is quite efficient, and we are producing typically 140 kilograms of sugar from each tonne of sugar cane. And that's been fairly stable throughout this 10-year period. The domestic market in Australia is quite small, and typically 80% of our sugar is exported each year, meaning the Australian sugar industry is highly exposed to the world sugar price. In the last 10 years, we've seen the number of sugar factories in Australia reduce from 24 down to the current 22, meaning that each of our factories is processing an average of 1.4 million tonnes of sugarcane. Compared to many other sugar industries, the Australian industry has relatively little diversification. We do have 4 sugar refineries, of which 3 are on sites of sugar mills. And we have 1 ethanol distillery producing ethanol from final molasses. Cogeneration, we have seen a fair bit of development in that space, up to about a capacity of 600 megawatts, from which we produce something in the order of 1,000 gigawatt hours of electricity each year, which on a per factory basis is about 27 megawatts on average, producing about 46 gigawatt hours per factory. The lack of diversification is certainly something that is of great concern to our industry. In 2022, the Australian industry produced a roadmap looking forward called Sugar Plus, with the objective of fueling the future of food, energy and fabrication in Australia. How we will go about doing this is still something to be worked out. Areas that diversification is being looked at is in the areas of bioplastics, sustainable packaging, biofuels and precision fermentation. But there remains a lot to be done to see us moving in those directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Job Kent. I request Chairman of the session to please hand over memento to Dr. Job Kent. And next speaker is Dr. German Serino.
Dr. German is presently working as Director of Chakra Experimental Agricola Santa Rosa, Salta, Argentina. He was responsible for directing and implementing research and development policies, objectives and initiatives, as well as process, cost and operative metrics and reports, plans, organizes and reports results to the institutional boards. Prepare analysis and communicate to the organization results and trends. He's published several research papers and registered 2 patents also. So welcome, Dr. German. The stage is yours and kindly complete it in 10 minutes. Huh?
Yes, I'll try that. Well, thank you very much. I'm pleased and it's an honor to be in this impressive conference. I'd like to thank Vasandada, the Sugar Institute, for the kind invitation for me to participate and to share some of what I have to say with you, and particularly to my friend Shivajirao Deshmukh, advisor to the VSI. So with this, my humble presentation will try to give you an overview on the Argentine sugar industry for the year 2024. We basically, as I had some help to prepare this presentation from the Argentine Sugar Center. I would like to acknowledge the help of the President Jorge Feijóo for this presentation and some of the data that I'll be sharing with you. So I'll also share a little bit of a history for sugarcane in Argentina. It overlaps very little with some of what was said before. So sugarcane was brought into the Americas by Christopher Columbus himself. He planted the first sugarcane in La Española island by the end of the 15th century. And then the Spanish distributed sugarcane in many of his colonies, and so did the Portuguese thereon, the Dutch, and others that followed. You will see in this map that the sites that are towards the eastern coast are actually export sites, whereas the western coast sites are only the catering for local consumption. Argentina is not in that map, but we do have records that by 1646, the Jesuits in Tucumán grew sugarcane, and records from 1670s indicate that they also milled sugarcane in Tucumán. We also have records indicating that in the 1760s, green sugarcane seed was imported from Peru on the back of mules to the province of Salta. The cane was grown and crushed in San Isidro sugar mill in Salta, which was the first sugar mill operative in Argentina. We celebrate our sugar industry's birth in 1821, when Bishop Jose Eusebio Colombres established the first sugar mill in Tucumán and developed the industry further. And today, producing nearly 1,650,000 tons of sugar and nearly 550 cubic meters of ethanol, Argentina is among the top 15 sugar from sugarcane producing country and among the 20 largest sugar producers worldwide. We do this by growing nearly 400,000 hectares of sugarcane. With this, we generate around 23 million tons of cane per year in mill land and also in some nearly 5,500 or sometimes 7,000 growers, some 90% of them, particularly in Tucumán, with exploits smaller than 100 or sometimes 50 hectares. This is ground, by these 23 million tons of canes are ground by 19 sugar mills, distilled by 16 distilleries, and processed in 12 ethanol dehydrating plants. Additional 160 service industries work together with the mills, and the industries somewhat diversified with paper manufacturing and electricity cogeneration mainly. So you'll see that the main regions are Tucumán with 290,000 hectares of sugarcane and 110,000 hectares of cane grown in Salta and Jujuy, which are the northern provinces. And this is done with some care for the environment, as sugarcane is grown in a region which is rich in biodiversity, which is the foothills of the southern Andes Yungas subtropical forest. So cane is grown as a monocrop. Sometimes it is rotated between cycles with soya or other beans. We harvest mechanically mostly, and green cane with some incidental fires. Our typical yields are depending on the type of farm. Larger, more technified farms have yields of approximately 76 tons of cane per hectare, whereas smaller, less technified farms grow about 50 tons of cane per hectare. Average is about 65 tons of cane per hectare. There is about 1,200 millimeter of rain in Tucumán. There's about 800 millimeter of rain in Salta and Jujuy. And in Tucumán, the cane is more susceptible to frost. This happened also in the southern tip of the Jujuy and Salta grow areas. Just to give you an idea of the divergence of the industries, in Tucumán, from nearly 280,000 hectares, sometimes 300, they produce about 1.4 million tons of sugar. This is old and not taking into account ethanol. Sorry, it's including the ethanol. And in Salta and Jujuy, even if there are nearly 100,000 hectares, there are about 740,000 tons of sugar produced. So the efficiency is higher, both in terms of tons of cane per hectare, as much as tons of sugar per tons of cane. Also, you will see the huge amount of growers in Tucumán. There's about 5,500 or 7,000, depends on the survey. And the mills occupy a lot of production in the north, in Salta and Jujuy, with farmers also being larger, having normally between 200 and even going up to 7,000 hectares. You see also the irrigation is more, it's mandatory in the north, whereas it's only occasional in Tucumán. So cane is normally planted manually, but the large mills, they're more and more adopting mechanical planting. All the cultivation is done mechanically. Fertilization is done normally via nitrogen with urea or urea ammonium nitrate in whole of the country. In the northern areas, there's also phosphorus fertilization and some on-demand chemical amendments for sodic saline soils. So in 2006, we have our biofuels law establishing a 5% ethanol content in petrol. I can see the effect of this. You can see the effect of this in this little graph where you compare the sugarcane area in 2004 versus 2018, when in Tucumán there was a 40% area increase in sugarcane, and this average for a total national increase of 32.5% approximately. This biofuels law was substituted by a 2021 law that increased the content to 12% ethanol content in petrol. Half of it should come from sugarcane, the other half from corn ethanol. So this took the ethanol production from nearly 200,000 cubic meters to more than 500,000 from 216 onwards. Regarding grinding and exports, I'm showing you here the last 5 years. Please notice that 2021 and 2022 were subject to La Niña effect. I see everybody complain about excess of water during La Niña. We had a severe drought because of the same reason. So basically, this averages to 1,650,000 tons of sugar, about 550,000 cubic meters of ethanol, some variations there, and the exports also subject to some year-to-year variation, with the main destinies being USA, Chile, Uruguay, which are neighboring countries, and others. So this is socially and economically very important. It's about 60,000 direct jobs, and for this, we account the jobs by the industry itself, the harvesting services, very importantly, cane growers, and elaborate produce transportation, adding up to a sales of about $1.3 billion. So this goes 71% on the account of sugar and 29% in the account of ethanol. So to give you an idea of ethanol demand for biofuels, our petrol consumption in 2022 was nearly 10 million metric tons of petrol. The increment versus the previous year was about 14% increase. Our petrol imports duplicated the average for the previous 5 years in 2022. So oil companies, they forecast a 6 to 7% annual increments, which will depend, of course, on the gas price and the situation of the economy. In the 6-year period from 2017 to 2022, the locally generated bioethanol, cane plus corn combined, saved petrol imports for about $3.4 billion. So this is 1.6 on the account of sugarcane. So as a summary, and this is what I gathered 2 weeks ago, our internal market consumes nearly, a sugar internal market consumes nearly 60% of the sugarcane output. The ethanol production consumed nearly 25%. This would absorb, if you ask more, it would absorb the excess production, and exports ranging about 15%. So considering these facts that I just showed, plus the worldwide trend in the use of biofuels, which is basically the increase in the cut of ethanol in the gasoline, plus the sustainable air fuel share of it, the sector has optimal conditions to be profitable and sustainable as it is being right now. However, we have a new president in Argentina. He's got a chainsaw in his campaign, and the chainsaw relates to a new law that is being promoted by his government, which is called Bases and Starting Points for the Liberty of the Argentinians. And this law, among many other things, it's a huge law. It derogates the sugar law from 2003 that establishes sugar import fees. The Argentine Sugar Center has opposed this derogation based on regulations, market regulations, subsidies, dumping, and other restrictions related to the international sugar market. And this law also proposes a change in biofuels law, which sustains the biofuels and considers the opportunity to continue increasing on biofuels, but it opens up the possibility for importing and buying freely from any provider the ethanol cut. The Argentine Sugar Center opposes to this based on protecting investments that were done previous to this law. So these oppositions are taking form in terms of dialogues to deputies and senators to reject the derogation of the sugar law and modify the changes in the biofuels law. So we'll know about the outcomes of this story in the next coming months. And with this, I would like to thank you with a picture of Chakra. We're a variety development program. I'll talk about this in a presentation this afternoon. So I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. German Serino, for the overview of sugarcane and sugar industry of Argentina, which is very old. And now I request Chairman to hand over a memento to Dr. German Serino. Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Chandrakanta Mahendranathan.
Dr. Chandrakanta Mahendranathan is a senior lecturer in botany and head of the Department of Botany in Eastern University, Sri Lanka. She had completed PhD in post-harvest pathology and technology as a Commonwealth Scholar of United Kingdom. She has been working since last 24 years in Eastern University of Sri Lanka. His research findings and published several national and international reputed journals and have many international conferences and symposiums in USA, Australia, New Zealand, Turkey, Dubai, China, and so many countries. So with this, we invite her for the presentation.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your valuable introduction. Yes, thank you. First of all, let me say a big thank to the VSI director and colleagues for giving me such a big platform. Of course, I am absolutely an academic, yet you have recognized me as a Sri Lankan and giving me this opportunity. So I'm so humble to make my presentation in front of these big delegates. Thank you so much and welcome from Sri Lanka. Well, I think I have a question whether I'm the right person to make my presentation at this forum, because being Sri Lankan, or we Sri Lanka, mostly we are most famous to export or in the exportation of wonderful, lovable tea. Of course, not the sugar. In the other word, we import sugar. So still, without sugar and tea, you can't prepare the tea. So, well, though I'm a prestigious tea exporter, I would like to talk something about the situation of the sugar production in Sri Lanka, as well as you all expected from me. So let me give a brief introduction about the sugarcane production in Sri Lanka, or the sugar industry in Sri Lanka. As usual everywhere, the sugarcane is the major sucrose extracting crop of sugar industry in Sri Lanka. It is grown mainly in the dry zone and intermediate zones. There are places which I don't want to mention here, which is so complicated, the names for you. And the per capita consumption, of course, 40 kilogram, which is, of course, a higher range in the world per capita level. Well, there are the rain-fed conditions and the irrigation conditions are there, mainly for the irrigation system for the sugarcane production. And if you look at the history of sugar production in Sri Lanka, yes, it was formulated in Sri Lanka as a government venture during the 1950s, and later it was established of the Sri Lanka Sugarcane Corporation. So it is still under a corporation under the State Corporation Act to undertake the sugar development. So mainly two mills are there, which is government owned, which is not produced, as you all mentioned here, in a massive scale, which is still, it is not enough to meet the need of the Sri Lankans. I will show you the statistic. If you look at here, it was able to achieve 15% of the local requirement during the early 1990s. The current production means around 8% only of the requirement, and the balance 92% is being taken from other countries like you all who are here. Well, some of the main problems of the sugar sector you can see here, as usual. The low-level productive, of course, and the outdated machineries, which are now getting modified, of course. So these are the main reasons. I don't want to elaborate all the reasons because I'm sure I will not disappoint the organizers by increasing my time more than 10 minutes. Well, in 1986, the sugar industry was expanded with the establishment of 2 more sugar processing complexes. But in addition to this, the land was allocated among small farm holders after the establishment of these 2 mills. But yet, the Sri Lanka Sugar Sector Development Policy, which is called SSDP, is a strategic plan they plan a strategic plan to increase the current cane milling capacity in the which is going to be in 2025 as 6,550, and in 2030, which is going to be 4,500, somewhere around, which is to meet the local requirement or the country's requirement. Then again, if you look at the Sri Lankan map here, these are which is shown in the yellow color, which is the major production part, the dry zone and the intermediate zone of Sri Lanka in sugar production. So the government policy objective in respective sugar is to achieve at least 60% of the local requirement by the year of 2025, that is in another 1 year, but still approximately the 32,000 hectares of land need to be allocated for sugar development for this purpose. I just want to show a few statistics here without making you still more bore. So if you look at here, so the import value actually, it is 35 billions of money is being spent to import the required sugar for the country, because only 8% of the production or the requirement is met by the local production. So this is again the present situation of this industry. So it has been a state of constant construction due to the closure of the state-owned 2 mills in Hingurana. And of course, this is due to the several, particularly due to after the COVID, it happened to closure of some of the sub-mills in Sri Lanka. Again, if you look at here, some of the statistic up to 2015, the sugar production, still the fluctuation is there. Some of the research is also going on with regard to the sugarcane production issues, particularly diseases and so on, all these things. And with regard to the SWOT analysis, if you look at the weaknesses and strength or the opportunity what the Sri Lanka has with regard to this, as I listed here, Well, if you look at the strength of our country, so the sugarcane cultivation and sugar mills are located in rural areas as here in India as well. Therefore, the labor cost is cheap comparing to the other sugarcane producing countries. And also well-established system with favorable subcultures also. They are good infrastructure facilities and highly oriented, skillful work groups are there. So all these strength we have. Still, if you look at the weakness, so the unavailability of high yielding sugarcane varieties, for which I'm sure that the countries who are here, actually mainly the India, can of course assist us to overcome this kind of weaknesses or the issues. Then the farmers use outdated technology, then lack of usage of well-developed technology, and again, then lack of marketing infrastructure, and also high transport cost. This is within the country I'm talking about. So if you look at the opportunities and threats, of course, the opportunities, as I mentioned earlier, the 92 mainly, one of the main opportunities is the 90% of the market share open for local sugar manufacturers, but it's the productions to be met to that level. Well, if you look at the threat in the country for the sugar production, because the very now what we face, the current threat, of course, the fluctuation of the sugar prices in the country. In worldwide, of course, we are one of the main importers. So the fluctuation in the sugar production countries who are the valuable delegates mentioned here, for particularly the keynote speaker as well. So you all export millions and billions of tons of sugars, but we people who are importing the sugars, we face a problem of the price fluctuations. Say, for example, now I was asking the Mr. Chairman what was the retail price of 1 kilogram of sugar in India. It is just around 40 rupees, he says, which is exactly double in Sri Lanka. It is in Indian money, if I say, that is 80 rupees per kilogram, which the local people really suffer to buy, in the sense it is a sudden increase right after the COVID and all this, because we are now, you all know that, I should mention, we are at the economic crisis. So this kind of a sugar fluctuation, the prices, not even in sugar, but in any sector, is badly damaging the country when we are investing such $1 billion of money for importation of sugar and other products. So again, if you look at the local market, as supply of sugar in Sri Lanka comes mainly from import, the situation in the world market has a significant impact over the local price. This is what I mentioned. So let me move quickly then. Well, the future demand and the potential, the countries current requirement is about 730,000 million tons, and it is projected to increase about 765 metric tons by the year 2025. So this is in case, again, I'm telling, or maybe even I'm appealing. So look into these fluctuations of the prices in sugar production. I do agree there are challenges in the other countries in the sugar productions, but of course there are challenges more than that for the people who are importing the sugars from various other countries. So finally, this is my references. So I think now I have come to a conclusion after looking into all these presentations, with all due respects, to switch my career into academic and entrepreneur, because I can simply stay in India further and I can start to export sugar to my country. It seems because I will be a billionaire than an academic. So to that extent now the price fluctuations is affecting our country. So it's my kind appeal to look into the countries who are the serious sugar importance worldwide. So that can of course motivate us for, of course we have to increase the production, that is no doubt of that. But at the same time, until we reach that level, I think the people who are, I think the major countries as the sugar exporters will be considering our situation as well to match with the price fluctuation in the market, world market of sugar. Thank you so much for this time, wonderful time, and thank you so much for your patience for listening me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrakanta, for highlighting the SWOT analysis, that is the strength, weakness, opportunities and threats for the Sri Lankan industries, and we can learn something from them. And now I request Chairman to please hand over memento to Dr. Chandrakanta. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Virat, Dr. Virat.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the VSI for inviting me here, so I have the opportunity to have the presentation here. So in my work here, it's just the trend or the current status of the sugarcane, sugar, and ethanol production in Thailand. I try to get all of this in around 10 minutes, so I may sweep some slides, maybe pass very quickly. So this is this slide is present overall situation in Thailand. We have around 400,000 households or around 1 million people working for the cane and sugarcane industry. And we have the planting area around 1.8 million hectares and with the 58 factory. So we produce, usually we have the production of the cane around 100 million ton, just put it a round figure, and we have around 10 million ton of the sugar. For the 100% of the sugar production, we have the domestic consumption around 30% and 70% for the export. And for the profit, we have the profit sharing between the farmer and the factory. It will be around 70-30, which is general. And for the overall sugar industry in Thailand, it was governed by the Cane Sugar Act 1984. So it is under the some law to do this. For the sugar production, we also have produced the molasses and then produce the ethanol to the motor industry. And we also have the sugarcane bagasse for the cogeneration. The figure is a small figure is under the icon there. For the ethanol, recently for the past 3 or 4 years, we have the EV situation, which will, I believe, in Thailand, it may disrupt about the ethanol. So I have to think about this morning, data agro with a very good view on the ethanol production in Brazil. I will take that as the example. Yeah. Okay. So to make it fast, I will talk about the sugarcane, sugar, and ethanol, and the EV. So to make it fast, for the sugarcane, it just depends on the planting area. We have the up and down planting area of the sugarcane, and it also depends on the rainfall, which you can see it up and down, and the sugarcane production is following them. So this is simple. I think it is the same as in the India. We also have the same situation. And then for the sugarcane quality, we measure the sweetness by the CCS. And for the sugarcane harvesting, we also have the fresh cut, clean cut, and the burn cane. If you see on your right-hand side, the burn cane have been reduced to around 20 to 30%. This is because the government have issued the law to decrease the burn cane for the past few years. We expect that for the next 3 years, we should have the burn cane less than 5%. So in Thailand, we just wait and see what happens. And then the factor affecting for the farmer, certainly the first one is the price of the sugar. The price of the sugar corresponds to the price that the farmer can sell the sugarcane to the factory. If the sugar price is high, then they can get the high sugarcane price, and then they expand the production. If the price is low, they reduce the production. So you will see the delay of the production followed by the price of the sugar and sugarcane. Another factor impact to the Thai farmer is some other competitive crop. Recently, we have the effect mostly on the corn and the cassava, with a good price on cassava and a good price on corn. Corn have the effect after the COVID-19 and after the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and we need to produce our own corn for the industry inside the country. And also for the flooding and drought that come from time to time affect the farmer decision to continue the growing. For the sugar, the same as the sugar cane, because they have more sugar cane, the factory will be very happy because they can produce a lot of sugar and they can get the profit. Also, for last year, this year, sugar price is very good. So the sugar factory expect a lot of sugar cane if they can get there. For the ratio between the consumption domestically and for the export, usually we have around 25 to 30% of the sugar production. If we produce more, we export more. If we produce less, we export less. The factor effect for the factory is just the sugar price that I have mentioned, and it's also with the amount of the sugar cane. If they have drought, the weather not good, so we have less sugar, we less sugar cane, and then we have less sugar. And then the efficiency. If the factory get more profit, they can invest on the technology and then increase the efficiency. I think in Thailand and India is quite similar in this scenery. Then to give more profit for the cane sugar industry, we also look for the diversification. This slide shows the general diversification commercially in Thailand. We have the bagasse for the cogeneration, bagasse for the pulp and paper and the particle board industry. We have the molasses for the ethanol, and for the waste from ethanol, we also have the energy from biogas. We also have some juice directly to the ethanol, but just only maybe about 3 to 5% of the overall ethanol production. Also, ethanol in Thailand are also produced by the cassava. The cassava produce around 30% and sugarcane around 70% of the overall ethanol. This picture for the molasses, cane juice, and the cassava that I have mentioned, around 70%, 30%, and the cane juice is just only 5%, a little on that one. Now it comes to the point of the ethanol production. If you see the picture, you see the slightly less production of the ethanol in Thailand. Actually, for the previous plan about 10 years ago, we expect a very high capacity of ethanol production. But after the COVID, we have the slightly decrease in the ethanol production. Mainly is for the EV impact for the Thailand. Thailand, after the EV come, if you can see this one. This year, we have more than 100% increase in the EV unit used in Thailand. This year, for the past few years, you may have about 10%, 50%, and then this year we have more than 100% increase from last year for the EV vehicle. And also for the plan, it increased quite a lot. So this is the impact of the EV to the ethanol in Thailand. So as I mentioned earlier, I will need to talk to Natalie about this outside this presentation. So a lot of challenging. The sugar price, the policy change, diversification, and also come with the sustainability. To do all of this, Thailand had presented the BCG model about 3 years ago. BCG is the bioeconomy, circular economy, and green economy. So we try to get the from agricultural product, sugarcane, sugar, and go into the high value product. That is the plan for the Thailand that we want to reach there. And For the current status, we try to get the technology on the smart farm, precision agriculture, improve in the processing technology, going into the climate resilient crop because as the Fiji already mentioned about the climate change also have the impact on Thailand also. This year, we will have less cane and quite less sugar recovery, but it is still going on the crushing season. We start around 1 month ago and we will have 2 months before we finish this crushing season. So this is all of my presentation. Before I finish, I would like to invite all of you to Thailand if you have the opportunity. We have organized the ISSCT Agricultural Engineering and Agronomy and Extension Workshop in Pattaya, Thailand, around 19 to 23 of August. If you are interested, please send me the email and I give you more information on that. And I will send you some some PR about this later. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Virat, for discussing about the diversification of the sugar cane in the Thailand sugar industry. Now I request Chairman to please hand over a memento to Dr. Virat. And next speaker is Dr. Tran Thang Son. Thank you.
Dr. Tran Tan Son is working as a Vice Director, International Center of Interdisciplinary Sciences and Education, Cuno, Binh in Vietnam. Previously, he worked as a Vice Dean and Lecturer at Faculty of Natural Sciences and as a Lecturer of Faculty of Biology, Cuno University, and Faculty of Agriculture, Forestry, Fishery in Quang Binh University, Natural Science Department, Pedagogical College of Quang Binh. So I request him to start his presentation and keep it less than 10 minutes, please.
So, thank you very much. So, Mr. President of VSI, dear Professor Scientist, participant. So now I will share some information for the sugarcane in Vietnam with the title An Overview of International Center for Interdisciplinary Science and Education, IC, and its linkage with sugar sector activity in Vietnam. So now some general information about sugar industry in Vietnam. For cultivated area, about in 2022, about more than 106 hectares, approximately 1.6% of total crop area. We have 25 sugar mills in operation 2022, and total crushing capacity more than 122,000 TCD. So in the season 2015-2016, we have 41 sugar mills, and now we have only 25 sugar mills in present. So we have the big one, the biggest one is An sugar mill, and we have the second sugar mill is KCP. KCP is an Indian investor. So you can see the harvest harvested cane area and sugar production in Vietnam. Now in 2022, 2023 is very low and down. And the cane yield in Vietnam is lower than the cane yield in the world, about 5 tons per hectare in 2021. We have some problem to be addressed to enhance sugarcane and sugar production. The first, sugarcane production area, land holding are small. Mechanization of small farm is needed. Location, situation specific sugarcane variety are urgently needed to improve productivity. The percentage area of irrigated sugarcane is low. The irrigation system water management in sugarcane is also a problem in a few areas. The sugarcane farmers are not educated enough about scientific sugarcane cultivation. In most cases, the following contain the impeding cane productivity. The first, improper soil preparation, low fertilizer investment, poor and ultimately application of fertilizer, loose due to pests and disease. Post-harvest management of sugarcane is inadequate, resulting in poor recovery at the mill. So commercial cane sugar is relatively low in many areas. This leads to poor sugar recovery. The cost of sugar producing in Vietnam is still higher than Thailand, Philippines. It's two countries in the same region with our country. Cane milling capacity of many sugar mills are less than 3,000 TCD. So our immediate concern is to address the following problem of sugar industry. Low sugarcane productivity and sugar recovery. We need improved location-specific sugarcane variety. Need better cane management technology, crop protection solution for different growing area of Vietnam, biocontrol umbrella, strategy to enhance sugar content in cane, better post-harvest management technology, appropriate sugarcane mechanization, suiting our field, climate and harvesting need. Periodic technical training to cane staff, sugar technologists, cane grower, diversification and modernization of sugar mill. So we have invited the Society of Sugar Research and Promotion, India, Dr. Solomon and Dr. Rao, Herbert, and a few experts to address the issue through a conference at IC Center in Quy Nhơn, Vietnam. We are glad to announce that IC SSRP are holding an International Sugar Conference, ISC 2024, from 16 to 19 September 2024 at Quy Nhơn City in Vietnam. The theme of conference is building a resilient and sustainable global sugar and bioenergy industry, transforming Asian sugar sector. We hope that you, just your presence, participant, and presentation will help reviewing the sugar industry of the ASEAN country and Vietnam. So we have some support from and help from STIE, PSSCT, IISR, SBI, KCP Sugar Vietnam, and others supporting us in this event. So I have some work to introduce ICIRD Center in Quy Nhơn City in Vietnam. Quy Nhơn is the city in the Cô Tô City in the center of Vietnam, and our center is located in the Quy Hoa Science City, the first science city in Vietnam. So our center was established since 2013, and until now we organized and co-organized more than 170 international conferences. We received already more than 12,000 scientists, and we have we received already 18 Nobel Prize. And we have the scientists from 40 countries and territories. Our center, we have a beautiful landscapes, and we hope that you can come to the conference of sugarcane with SSRP and enjoy the conference, enjoy our center. Our center, we have an international high patronage scientist to the future. It is just a beginning, and we would like to hold many more sugar bioenergy industry related conference at IC Center. We have a state-of-the-art conference facility at IC Center. On behalf of the conference organizing committee, I would like to invite you to attend ICS 2024 at IC Quy Nhơn, Vietnam. We are grateful for your kind invitation, and on behalf of the president of IC, I extend my sincere thanks to VSI and organizing committee of this conference for your invitation, and that I can to be here to share you some information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tan Thang Sang, for explaining the problems in the Vietnam sugar industry. And I want to assure you that VSI will also help to guide a few of them. Thank you. I ask Chairman, respected Chairman, to hand over a memento to Dr. Thang Sang. Now, the last speaker, but not least, is Dr. Yang Gruili. Please.
Dr. Yang Lui is the president of IPSIT and vice president of SSRP and president of CSIATI, which is a sugarcane breeding institute in China. I request Mr. Lee to start your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But first of all, I would like to thank Vasantara Sugar Institute to invite me to be speaker in this important event. The topic of my presentation is sugarcane breeding in China. But first of all, I would like to introduce the status of sugar industry in China. We have two major sugar crops, that's sugarcane and sugar beet, but the sugarcane provides about 90% of the total sugar production in China. And sugar industry is also critical for safe supply of sugar in China. And Guangxi is the biggest sugar producer. Both sugarcane and sugar production occupies over 60% of the total in the country. Sugarcane production is also the main income
source of farmers in this region. Our sugar is located in the north and sugarcane in the south. But our sugar production fluctuated about every 5 to 6 years. In the past season, we produce sugarcane provide 87.9 of total sugar in China, and Guangxi contributes to 66.8% of cane sugar. From this figure, you can note that in the past milling season, we have very low sugar productivity because of the severe long drought occurred in Guangxi, and other provinces could not compensate it. As the sugar consumption in China now over 15 million tons per year, and obviously our sugar production could not meet the requirement. So we have to import about 5 million tons of sugar from other countries, most from Brazil and Thailand, and also other sugar products. The main factors limiting sugar development in China include bad natural conditions, that's hilly upland areas with rain-fed, poor and shallow soil, frequent climate disasters such as drought, chilling, waterlogging, etc. And also, two major varieties occupy most of the production areas. In some areas, one variety covers more than 90% of the total area. And low productivity in return crops and also short return duration. We have only one plant cane and two return crops. That's because our variety is not good enough for long return production and also inappropriate feed management. So occurs frequent. And slow progress in mechanization in sugarcane production. The machine harvesting area is less than 30%, and machine harvest rate less than 5%, because many reasons. The small and hilly upland field, small scale farming, agricultural machinery, and agronomy are not compatible. Sugarcane varieties, mechanical harvesters, upload transportation and milling of canes, and also bad weather during our harvesting season. Soil acidification in many areas caused by long-term over-application of chemical fertilizers. Elite variety for high yield and high sugar production request good for mechanization that includes intermediates, more stalks, elect, and easy defoliation, high yield and high sugar, strong resistance to diseases, pests, drought, and logging. Strong return ability, we request more than 4 or more returns. We begin our sugarcane improvement from the elite sugarcane Gymnasium introduction and creation. In the past 10 years, we have introduced more than 100 soccer varieties from different countries for selection as our potential parents. Now we have a large amount of gymnasium collections in Yunnan National Soccer Gymnasium Repository preserves 5,717 collections of 15 species in 6 genera from 34 countries and 14 domestic provinces. And in Guangxi Sugarcane Gymnasium Repository, at present, we have more than 4,000 collections of different species and also innovative gymnasium collections. And we have evaluated large amount of these collections. And we have got 15 strong return ability sections, 13 with a smog resistance, and 19 with a strong leaf scar resistance, and 12 with nitrogen efficient ability. And we also evaluated more than 150 Saccharum spontaneum genotypes and established a core gymnasium bank of 50 collections. We also have the hybrids of Saccharum cultivar crossed with Elianthus alaninaceus and spontaneum complex, Saccharum hybrid and Nalenga, perfect locum and Saccharum cultivars and Saccharum spontaneum. And we got some elite progeny. And we have provided a large amount of our assessments for other institutions in the past 10 years. Here I show you the hybrid progeny of our sorghum cultivar and ES complex. We found that the chromosome transfer models is N+N. About sorghum hybrid breeding, we pay high attention to parent combination test and good combination selection. Increase the number of combinations, limit seedlings in single combination. And now we keep seedling number about 200,000 each year. Basically, we pay high attention on high sugar and high yield with resistance to disease, draw, cold, and rotting. Also, return ability and leaf shedding ability, nitrogen fixation ability, and nitrogen efficient breeding. And also, we improve our regional test system. We take a correct view on the adaptability of varieties. We have made significant achievements in our hybrid breeding. We replaced variety of F134 by GT11 in 1980s and replaced the ROC22 by GT42, GL5136, GT44, etc. in Guangxi, and YZ0A1609 and YZ0551 in Yunnan as the dominant varieties. And we released a group of varieties with strong return ability and good for mechanization, such as GT29, 44, 49, 55, etc. And we released a group of high yield, high sugar varieties with strong resistance to smog, such as GT55, 58, etc. And also automatic leaf shredding variety with ripening high sugar and high yield, that is GT60. In 2022-23 million season, GT variety occupies most areas for sugarcane production in Guangxi. Here I list the top of the various sugarcane varieties in China in 2022 to 23 million season, and GT42 and GL5136 is the biggest dominant varieties. And for the current milling season, the GT varieties cover 54% of the total sugarcane producing areas in Guangxi.
Sir, please, time is getting over.
And here you can see the important sugarcane varieties in China at present. And now we promote the sugarcane supply through companies. First of all, we produce the micro-propagated seedlings. That is, we call that the healthy seedling. In different seed companies. That is good for extension of elite new sugarcane varieties. Okay. Yeah. And these pathogen-free healthy sugarcane can improve our productivity, sugar content, and return ability, and good for planting mechanization, decreased sugarcane application quantity, and increased the quantity of millable cans, and decreased the sugar and decrease the sugar production cost and improve the production efficiency. We also made some progress in gene cloning and transformation. For example, we clone SOTUA gene from GT28 to form to obtain the cold-resistant sugarcane. And we cloned the SOACLA1 gene to develop a drought-resistant variety. And we transformed BT gene to obtain the insect-resistant variety. And also the fused gene for resistant variety, insect-resistant variety. The present focus include continue introduce dramatic influence of consumerism, selecting hybrid crossing parents, and expand the genetic diversity of parents, collect, evaluate, and utilize local wide consumerism, especially Sakam spontaneum, Alianza Nations, and Nalenga profit programmer, and improved crossing technologies include flowering induction facilities, induction programs, and improved variety selection program, including better parent combination evaluation, market location selection, evaluation of disease resistance, drought resistance, efficient nitrogen use, etc. And pay more attention to gene cloning and genetic transformation, gene editing, etc. And speed up industrialization of health sequence production. And also pay high attention to farming technologies suitable for different varieties. Cooperated closely with the different institutions for so-called variety selection and extension. Pay more attention to the related basic research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Rongli. Now, for your presentation on the concept of innovative germoplasm and hybrid breeding, I request Chairman Mr. Sanjay Awasthi to hand over a memento to Dr. Yang Ruili. And also, I am very much thankful to Chairman of the session, Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, for conducting the session efficiently and in the stipulated time. Now, I request our Honorable President of Vasundhara Sugar Institute to please hand over the memento to the Chairman of the session, Mr. Sanjay Awasthi. With this, we have completed the first session. Now I hand over to Dr. Sanjay Patil. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have lunch break now. We are behind the schedule by about 30 minutes. Mr. Nitin Gadkari, the Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, is expected to arrive at 1:30 p.m. Therefore, I request all delegates to have quick lunch, come back and be seated in the auditorium by 1:55. We will start the next section in presence of Mr. Nitin Gadkari by exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Check one. Hello. 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 Test. Hello. 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 Mic check. Hello. Hello. Test. काय क्वाड खराब होती का? खराब होती का रे?
Yeah.
The vision and the
Accomplishment. हे एक आणि
आपला abstract.
हे कॉपी तिथे राहू दे का? ठीक आहे. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And after the plenary session and the lunch, we are about to start the second inaugural function, for which our chief guest today is Shri Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways. And let me inform you that he has already arrived in the campus of VSI. He has just few minutes back, he has inaugurated the live crop demonstration. After the live crop demonstration visit, he is expected to inaugurate the exhibition area also. And after exhibition area, he will inaugurate the poster presentation session. And maybe around in 10 minutes, he will arrive on the dais in this hall. एक छोटीशी रिक्वेस्ट होती. आपले बरेच फॉरेन डेलिगेट्स आलेले आहेत, आपले इन्व्हायटीज आहेत, गेस्ट आहेत, आणि त्यांच्यासाठी हा फर्स्ट रो आपण थोडा रिझर्व ठेवला होता. तर माझी एक विनंती आहे की आपली जर फर्स्ट रो थोडा रिकामा ठेवला तर बरं होईल. फर्स्ट रो आपले फॉरेन जे आपण इन्व्हायटीज बोलवलेले आहेत त्यांच्यासाठी तो आपण कृपया जर रिकामा ठेवला तर बरं होईल. फर्स्ट रो. We are expecting the minister to arrive here in 10 minutes. एक 10 मिनिटात आपले मिनिस्टर इथे येणार आहेत आणि ते आल्या आल्या आपल्याला आपलं फंक्शन चालू करायचं आहे. जरा एक कृपया विनंती आहे, जरा फर्स्ट रो त्या बाजूचा थोडा खाली केला. Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, is expected to arrive here in next 10 minutes. Honorable Minister is just to come in the auditorium. He has inaugurated the poster presentation session and he will come on in the auditorium in just 2 minutes.
council member सगळे आणि आमदार खासदार त्यांनी वर यावं म्हणून.
All member of parliament, the MLAs, the governing council members and the trustees of VSI, you are requested to please come on the dais. So I welcome.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, has graced the dais. We welcome him warmly with a whole heart. Shri Gadkari needs no introduction as his contribution to the development of roads and highways in Maharashtra and across the country has left an indelible mark in developing a world-class communication and transportation network in India. Most importantly, he is closely related to the sugar and allied industry. It is his insistence on utilizing ethanol as a fuel that has boosted the ethanol production and blending program in the country. His vision in the field of byproducts is vast. He has himself developed a number of products. His guidance and speech, I am certain, will be educating and encouraging. I request the Honorable President of Vasantdada Sugar Institute, Shri Sharad Pawar ji, to facilitate him with a bouquet and then request Honorable Gadkari ji to enlighten us with his thought-provoking and inspiring speech.
So I request Honorable Gadkari ji to please.
Honorable Sri Sharad Pawar sir, President of VSI and former Union Agriculture Minister. Honorable Sri Jay Prakash Dandegaonkar ji, President, National Federation of Cooperative Sugar Factories Limited, New Delhi. Sri R.R. Patil, Chairman, Maharashtra Rajya SSK Sangha Limited, Mumbai. All Member of Parliaments, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, Member of Legislative Assembly and Members of Legislative Council. All respectable dignitaries and guests who are who have got expert in sugar industries, all these which are coming from abroad here for this conference, all respectable dignitaries and dear friends. It is I feel privileged to be present among all of you who are renowned scientists, researchers, and technical experts from the field of sugar. As well as sugar, we have a lot of development in alcohol, and our agriculture is also developing. The staff and students of VSI, the farmers, and all the delegates who have assembled over here from India and abroad, it is to be a great thing for the field of sugarcane industry and sugarcane farmer. It is really a matter of pride and prestige to stand over here and inaugurate a monumental event, and thank you all for having to give me opportunity to explain my thoughts with you. The Vasantdada Sugar Institute, which from last many days contribute historically in the field of agriculture, particularly related with the development of sugarcane farmers. The sugarcane belt of Maharashtra, particularly Western Maharashtra, is well developed. The per capita income is increased and growth rate is increased. It is only because of sugarcane. And all type of research and development in the field of sugarcane, the credit goes to Vasantdada Sugar Institute, and particularly the leader of Vasantdada Sugar Institute, Adaraniya Pawar Sahib. And this only thing which is going to increase the agriculture growth rate in Maharashtra. I am really happy that contribution of Vasantdada Sugar Institute is very remarkable, historical, and still continuously the research is going on. Not only sugar industries, but what type of products we can develop from the sugar industry is equally important. Today in the whole world, there are a lot of research is available, and I always telling to people one of the two important philosophies. One is conversion of knowledge into wealth. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skilled and successful practices, we name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future for the country. And sugarcane is the most important crop as far as Indian agriculture is concerned. But now, by increasing the production of sugar, it is not going to resolve the problem. But at the same time, the byproducts are equally important. I am really happy that the researchers from the world, particularly from the Brazil and European countries who are here, I feel that under the leadership of Pawar Sahab, 100% we will get new vision, and which is very important for the development of our farmer. The futuristic technology, futuristic vision, futuristic implementation and futuristic planning related with the sugarcane crops and the industry is very important. And I feel that this convention is going to inspire and motivate, giving new appropriate vision for this industry and for the farmers in India who are actually doing excellent job as far as the sugarcane is concerned. I formally declare the exhibition, the live crop demonstration, and the international conference open. I am really sorry that because of some previous program, 2 hours late, I am here. I am making my apology for that. I take this opportunity to share my views, ideas, and the vision of our nation in respect of sugar industry and allied industry, as well as sugarcane and sugarcane farming. I will tell you one thing. When you need to understand the importance of sugarcane industry, first of all, we need to understand what are the present problem in agriculture in India. We are sugar surplus. We have corn surplus, rice surplus, wheat surplus. Now the problem is that because of green revolution, our productivity is increased. The rates related with the fertilizers, insecticides, everything which farmer has to purchase, the rates are increased. But unfortunately, the rates of wheat, rice, corn, and sugar, they are not increased because there is a principle, demand and supply. The surplus supply is good for the country, but at the same time, the farmers are facing the problem because they are not getting appropriate prices. Every year for MSP, government has to give at least 1,50,000 crore more than that to compensate the farmers. And that is because that the market price is lower than the MSP. And at the same time, in the Indian scenario, 85% of the fuel we are importing. 85% fossil fuel, we have a big import. And because of fossil fuel, we are facing the problem of pollution. I am a transport minister. I am very much guilty about it. That my ministry is responsible for the 40% of air pollution in the country. And this is the time that we need to find out the options and alternatives for that. The futuristic technology, futuristic vision, futuristic research, and the successful practices in the whole world, we need to understand. I am not the expert, neither I am a scientist nor I am an engineer, but I am a farmer. And I am working in the area which is more difficult than this area. I am from Vidarbha, where it is very difficult to develop the culture of sugarcane, and we are running 3 sugar mills there. The dream is that the day will come that it is going to change the socio-economic scenario of that area. The people will get good price for the sugarcane, and by which we will create more employment potential, and we will stop the farmer suicides in the Vidarbha area. Now I am giving my special thanks to Adaraniya Pawar Sahib. I would like to extend my gratitude towards him, Sharad Pawar Sahib and his office bearers of Vasantdada Sugar Institute for the decision to start sub-center of VSI in Butiburi in Nagpur district in Vidarbha. When I make this demand to Pawar Sahib, he accept that, and training and research facility will also be made available there. This center will help sugarcane farmers of Vidarbha region for getting good quality of seed material suitable for climate condition of Vidarbha. I am really happy. The per acre sugarcane production is very important. Now, it is really a great achievement in Indian agriculture that particularly in the area of Western Maharashtra in Kolhapur district, Sangli district, and in Karnataka, Belgaum district, it is really a historical transformation is there. Just 6 months before I got opportunity at the time of election in Karnataka by helicopter in Belgaum district, in many places I got opportunity to go there. And when I was seeing to the lower level, everywhere the sugarcane was there. I was just telling to Jayant Patilji that I feel that as comparison with the Kolhapur and Sangli, the Belgaum district is proved to be more developed as far as the sugarcane is concerned. So today, why farmers are preferring sugarcane? That is very important because in Vidarbha, our men getting higher rate, the production is less. Now, we have a lot of export of cotton, but fortunately, the farmers are not getting reasonable price for the cotton. At the same time, this is the situation with other crops. In the global economy, the price of the agriculture community is now depending upon the production and demand. And the farmers need to understand what is the shortage and what is the surplus. Today, I know that for this year, some of the crucial problem we are facing because of the sugar shortage. But this is not a permanent policy. In the long term, we need to diversify sugarcane industry towards alternative biofuel. I am very happy to part of this global conference. The theme of the conference is challenges and opportunities in global sugar industry, which is very important subject for India and farming community. I extend my best wishes for the success of this conference, focusing on projects of sugar and biofuel sector in India. From 2004, I am one of the missionaries who is constantly trying to propagate biofuel in India. And as a transport minister, I am responsible for alternative fuel and biofuel. And today, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, we have a global alliance for biofuel. So practically, when it is difficult to convince the people, we need to convince them practically. So I have got one hydrogen car. It is from Toyota. Now, model name is Mirai. And I have always taken that car to the parliament and to the function in Delhi and to propagate the people that now we can produce hydrogen, and hydrogen is the futuristic fuel. Then one of the car also is with me is Toyota's Innova. It is a flex engine. The flex engine is meaning that it 60% the car is generating power, electricity, and 40% on bioethanol. Car is so good. When you have anywhere you come to Delhi, please see that. This is the first Euro 6 emission norms completed. This car is from Toyota Innova, is with me. Now the petrol rate is 120 rupees per liter and the ethanol rate is 60 rupees per liter. And this Innova is generating 60% of electricity. So as compared with the petrol and the average, the cost of the petrol is coming 25 rupees per liter. So you understand that now the government want to start flex engine car in the country. The Suzuki, Maruti Suzuki is also on the same line. I requested all the industry to make this flex engine technology, which is already established in Brazil. Now the Bajaj, TVS, Hero and Honda, they have two-wheeler on 100% bioethanol. And now just 15-20 days before, I was in Bangalore for the inauguration of construction equipment. I am really happy. The many heavy machinery is converted into electric, hydrogen, and at the same time, the JCB has developed JCB on hybrid JCB on bio-CNG and diesel. They have got good orders from Russia. So today, it is a great achievement in Indian automobile industry. It's very important. When I taken charge as the minister, our industry number was 7 in the world. Now, just 3 months before, we surpassed Japan, and our automobile industry's number is number 3rd in the world. The first number is China, second is USA, and third is India. The size of the industry is 12.5 lakh crore. And this is the most important industry for the government and for the people, because this is the industry which already creates 4 crore jobs. And this is the industry which is giving maximum GST to the state and central government. This is the industry which have the export of 4 lakh crores. So today, this is the most important industry for the country. But naturally, the India has got 2 expertise. One is how to increase the automobile number and how to increase the population growth. The both expertise with us. And the problem is that every time the automobile number is increased and the population is also increased. So domestic market, the demand is increased. The 20 to 22% rise in automobile industry, and then we have to import more fossil fuel and create pollution in the country. And that is for the reason we need to go for electric, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, bio-CNG, flex engine, and hydrogen, green hydrogen preferably. So this is the need of the country, where we need to reduce our import and increase our export. I extend my best wishes for the success of this conference, focusing on proposals of sugar and biofuel sector in India. The Indian sugar industry is evolving at a very fast pace. Brazil, India, and China are the top 3 producers of sugar canes. The global sugar output in the 2023 was 188 million tons. India's sugar output in the 22-23 is 33 million tons. India produced 20% of world sugar output. But I am really hesitant now that whether for the future it is to be increase the sugar production is good or not. Because it is depending upon the global scenario. If the Brazil increase the production of sugar, then the Indian market, it is really difficult that we cannot get even 24 rupees kg rate for the sugar. So it is depending upon the global economy. That is the reason that there is some economic issues are there. But regarding biofuel, alternative fuel, there is no problem because we have 85% of fossil fuel that is import. And as compared with the rate of fossil fuel, the biofuel are reasonably cost-wise good. So today, it is really a big challenge that in Indian scenario, we need to more concentrate on byproducts of the sugar industry. India currently imports nearly 85% of fossil fuel. It is a challenge with the scientists, the industry, and the people and the stakeholders that whether it is possible by creating biofuel like ethanol, whether we are in a position that whether we can reduce our import of fossil fuel. That is to be a big challenge. All scientists are here. Now today, we are making ethanol from C molasses, B molasses, then from sugarcane juice, then from corn, broken rice, wheat, food grains, then from parali, rice straw also we are making bioethanol. I am really happy. I am taken a lot of initiative and giving my special congratulations to the chairman of Mr. Vaidya of Indian Oil Corporation, who is from Pune. And he has taken initiative, and in Panipat, we have a big plant. And that plant is now converting, getting ethanol, 1 lakh liter of ethanol per day from rice straw, parali, popularly known as parali. And because of burning of parali, it is a big problem in Delhi. The pollution level is very high. So now the plant is started and they are making 1 lakh liter of bioethanol, 150 ton of biobitumen, and now they have started to manufacture bio-aviation fuel. Now in 25-26 world, in the whole world, it is going to be mandatory that in the aviation fuel, they have to use 2% bio-aviation fuel. So from ethanol, if already a lot of technologies are available, people are doing excellent research. Some of the scientists from USA was telling me there is a culture by which we can convert ethanol into bio-aviation fuel. My suggestion to all of you, that find out the option that how we can convert bio-aviation fuel from ethanol. The 4 important things, these are the important challenges with you. One is proven technology. Second is economic viability. Third is viability of the raw material. Third is the economic viability. And third is availability of raw material. And fourth is marketability of the finished product. So I feel that this is the appropriate time with the appropriate vision and futuristic planning. Now this is the time for the sugar industry to think about byproduct as bio-aviation fuel and green hydrogen. Because I feel that the economic viability is more, and because of lot of import, the market area is very high, where you have lot of opportunity to sell that. So today, I will request you to think on that line and find out the option for that. Now, already in Assam, Numaligarh, where we have a Numaligarh refinery, and MD was known to me. Once he come to me, I tell him that you are giving petrol and diesel to Bangladesh from Numaligarh refinery in Assam. So in place of giving petrol by pipeline giving to Bangladesh, you can add 20% ethanol in it because we have a plant there where we are making ethanol from bamboo. So now they have decided to add 20% ethanol in petrol and giving to the Bangladesh, the ones where we are exporting ethanol to Bangladesh. So I feel that there are a lot of options. Now the most important thing, because many times I am coming here talking with you about ethanol, but it is today first time I am very happy that my demand for opening of ethanol pump is accepted by the petroleum minister, and Indian Oil has taken a decision to start 300 ethanol pumps in the country. So now these are the very prominent people here running sugar factory. They have all got diesel pump from the Indian oil companies. My humble suggestion to everybody, you should take the initiative and start ethanol pump in your factory and give all motorcycles, scooters, car on 100% bioethanol to the concerning people, and consumption will be there. So it is going to resolve this problem. I feel that the Global Alliance for Biofuel, the 19 members countries which aims to increase blending of biofuels such as ethanol in conventional fuels. Now, the generator set is an important industry. And now there is a, in my own house, I have got generator from Kirloskar. And already there is a kit developed by the people by which we can use 100% bioethanol in generator set. Now in the telecommunication tower, we are using 4,000 crore liter of diesel. Now we can replace that by the ethanol. It is the duty of the government and the people like me that how we are going to increase the demand of bioethanol in the country and how we can reduce the import. Today also there is a success story. Many people are here. It is really a great satisfaction for me. Mr. Tomre is there. All the people are making now bio-CNG by using spent wash and bagasse. And that bio-CNG is used for tractor, truck and car. I am really happy. That is exactly the correct line. Aam ke aam, gutli ke dam. Because somewhere for the economics, we need to have a lot of side products where we can get more money from that. Because sugar experience, my experience is not good. Some of the people, they don't have any loan now. They are very much happy about it. But I always feel that the sugar industry is a very, very difficult industry. And the demand and supply, every future of the sugar industry depending upon the Brazil. If the Brazil increase the production, the sugar industry in India is collapsed. That is the reason. But as compared with the fossil fuel, there is no problem. The security is there, surety is there. So concentrate more on alternative fuel. Either it is bio-CNG, bio-bitumen, or bio-aviation fuel, or green hydrogen. हम किसान को अन्नदाता कहते थे, अब हम लोग ऊर्जादाता कहते हैं. नाउ बिटुमिन दाता कह रहे हैं और अब हवाई ईंधन दाता कहना है. As a road minister, we need of 80 lakh ton of bitumen, out of which Indian refinery capacity is only for 50 lakh ton, and 30 lakh ton of bitumen we have import. So now we have the technology, which I am ready to give you all of you. Next time I will request Shivaji Rao ji to call our Central Research Organization people with their project and making bio-bitumen from biomass. And I am giving you the guarantee, the project is not big, so 1 crore project. I am ready to purchase whatever the bitumen you have, because 30 lakh ton of bio-bitumen we have import. So it will reduce import and it will give more economic viability to the farmers for making bio-bitumen from that. Already in Panipat we are making bio-bitumen. The quality is very good. As compared with the petrol and bitumen, that is to be good quality of bitumen, so you can think on that line. I feel that the CBG and hydrogen is the main thing. CBG already we have got success story. A lot of people are doing. They have converted their tractors, trucks, and now the save money is to earn money. So in the sugar factory, they are saving money. But regarding hydrogen, there are a lot of people are doing excellent job. Now I just got apple to see the hydrogen plant. The using electrolyzer, the technology is proven technology, but we need 50 unit of power for 1 kg of hydrogen. And suppose you consider the power is solar power, then 3 rupees per unit. The power cost is coming per kg 150 rupees. So now the dream for all of us in the agriculture, we have to make green hydrogen and cost will be less than $1 per kg. $1 means it is 80 rupees. So I feel that this is a challenge with the scientist. Dr. Yadav is here. I am always requesting him that to find out the technology by which we will get the green hydrogen from biomass and getting it with the less than $1. I feel that it can be possible. From brown hydrogen from petroleum, that is also brown hydrogen, we don't need that. And the third is hydrogen from municipal waste, organic waste. And from biomass, this is to be, I feel that this can be a correct line. By using biotechnology, we can increase the productivity of biomass. And by using biomass, making methane, and from that, if we can get the green hydrogen, 1 kg of hydrogen equal to 4 liter of diesel, then you just understand. Now Tata and Ashok Leyland has already launched 2 trucks. I got opportunity to launch that trucks. The IC engine on hydrogen. As far as hydrogen is concerned, it is a futuristic fuel. And the sugar industry, this is very important. By use of different type of ethanol, making a lot of things from ethanol is very important. And after that, in the sugar industry from bagasse, we can get hydrogen. I don't want to make any comments as far as the co-generation is concerned. Because when the rates are not reasonably good, and when you given power to the government, either it belong to any political party, you will never get money at the time. That is to be a big problem, and rates are not good. So conversion of power, you just leave it. Electricity is not good option. But making alternative for the fuel, for petrol and diesel and gas, that is to be a correct option. And I feel that this is very important. I am really happy that the Vasantdada Sugar Institute is taking initiative for in research in hydrogen. I will request Pawar Sahib and all the members of Vasantdada Sugar Institute that whether the institute can take the initiative for in sugar industry, which are the byproducts are there, bagasse, spent wash, and even somewhere we can use rice straw, cotton straw, wheat straw. Somewhere we can make that sugar cane by using, there may be a low percent of sugar, but the biomass level will be high, by which whether it can be possible to develop industry for getting green hydrogen. The government has got the mission, green hydrogen mission, and lot of facilities are there. So sugar industry with ethanol, ethanol with flex engine, ethanol we are adding 20% in petrol. Now we are planning, it is pending with the ministry that 15% ethanol in diesel. Then by flex engine for motorcycle, scooter, auto rickshaw, car, we can use 100% ethanol. I'm just giving you a good example. That tractor manufacturer come to me, and as a transformer, they were requesting me that you don't go for that Euro 6 emission norms. As far as tractors are concerned, it is going to increase the rate of the tractor. It will create a lot of complications and problem for the industry. I say, okay, my one condition is there. You promise me that within a year, you can make tractor on electric, ethanol, or CNG. If you give me that affidavit, I will withdraw my orders. and they have given me the order that they will go for electric. They will try for flex engine, that is petrol engine, flex engine ethanol, and for CNG. Even some of the tractor company are doing research work on hydrogen also. So these are the future. These are the cost effective. Now we are using drones. That is also equally a very important industry. Again, I will request Pawar Sahib, Shivaji Raoji and Board of the Trustees that presently lakhs of drone we need. We have nano urea. And in my area, we have implemented successfully spraying with the drones. And the nano urea, one bottle of nano urea equal to 1 bag of urea. So in the sugar cane per acre, we are using 4 bags of urea. But when you use urea, taking it to the hand and throwing that urea, 75% is wastage and 25% is going to the plant. But now, because of drone, that nano urea, 75% is going to the plant and 25% only waste. So the rate of 1 bottle and 1 bag is same. So we can save 2 bags of urea and 2 bags of Mishra fertilizer. Particularly, that is to be a great saving for the farmer. I am telling to Jayant Patil that my wife get award because my sugarcane production in 10 acres, it is as far as you people are doing, that is not track record with us. It is 85 ton per acre. So I received the award. But here are the people who are getting 150 ton, 120 ton, 125 ton, 110 ton. So it is to be really a good example that increase the productivity with the less expenditure cost. So drones, very important. We have taken a trial on 3,000 acres. So Shivaji Rao, green hydrogen and drone. And my dream is these drones are on lithium ion battery. I already requested Mr. Firodia from Force Motor, lot of people in Pune. You have got the expertise that we can make the drone engine, petrol engine, flex engine, and we can use our own ethanol in it. And the present cost of the drone is 8 lakh rupees. I am 100% confident it comes to 5 lakhs, 3 to 4 lakhs, and we can use our own ethanol. We don't need to charge that. And the cost of the lithium ion battery is very high. So drone spraying is very important. So green hydrogen, drone spraying, and you are already developing the sugarcane qualities. Different type of good qualities you are already developing. Your contribution is very historical. I am really happy about it. Also, from animal dung, agriculture residues, municipal solid waste, sewage water, spent wash, and lot of things where sugar industry can make some research on it, but how to get it bio-CNG or bio-LNG from that. This is also a good economic viability is there. Just 6 months before I was in Pune to launch a truck from Blue Energy on 100% LNG. And the capacity of the tank for 1600 kilometers. And as compared with diesel, by using LNG, the saving is 50%. The CNG, the saving is something 30 to 40%. So my suggestion is this alternative from sugar industry where we need more research. And that is going to increase the economic viability for the sugar industry, and which is very important. I am happy that National Hydrogen Mission is very important. Lot of big industries are concentrating on that. But here the people like you who are the farmers, we need to protect the interest of the agriculture sector. What is the problem in our country? In our growth, 22 to 24% is coming from manufacturing sector, 12% from agriculture, and 52 to 54% from the service sector. And population belongs to agriculture is 65%. So, गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान, जल, जमीन, जंगल और जानवर. We need to think on that line that how we can develop the technology by which we can develop the production of hydrogen in the rural agriculture and tribal India. If the big industry, the petroleum companies are making hydrogen? What is the use for the poor people who are socially, economically, educationally backward? So somewhere this is the appropriate time for the scientists, for the research scholars, and for the industry, that how we can motivate agriculture towards making of hydrogen. And that is exactly the future which I feel. Presently, we are importing fuels, fossil fuels. But I am confident that in the future, the day will come, we will be the exporter of the energy. And for that reason, we need to develop our agriculture. The sugar industry, maximum ethanol, minimum sugar. With the ethanol, the flex engine vehicle we need to promote. At the same time, government will take the appropriate steps as far as the ethanol is concerned. And the other thing is making of hydrogen in the sugar industry. And third important thing is using technology by which in place of sugarcane, by using biotechnology, increase the productivity of biomass to get more hydrogen. And I am requesting you don't go for power. I am really having a lot of reservation to me, because every time when I was here, I was talking to you that don't increase the production of sugarcane. Don't increase. Don't plant more sugarcane. Today, I know that what problem you are facing. I don't want to make any comments because I'm being a part of the government. It will not be appropriate for me to make any comments on that. But this is the time being thing. This is the phase. Then 100% after April, we will find out the way out. Because I am confident. I have already had discussion with the